So a few things I want to talk about before we begin. I believe that Trump is going to be speaking sometime in the next hour approximately. Speaking sometime in the next hour approximately. So as soon as he comes up, you'll see it. You'll see it as soon as I do. Let me go to just me so that we don't air these commercials. Okay, so I have CPAC on. As soon as Trump comes on, we'll go back to it. I don't think I need to air commercials for their advertisers as much as I'm sure they would love me to. But a couple things I want to talk about, and one is this idea that we're going to be giving airtime to Trump yet again, and that we shouldn't be giving airtime to Trump yet again. And I think, at least for my channel, I mean, look, there are rumors that he may announce a 2024 run. There are, obviously him speaking. This is his first major speaking event since leaving office, so it's a newsworthy event. I think more broadly, in general, we have to make a concerted effort, and this is what I've tried to do on my channel, to not focus on him. And I think generally the media more broadly, and hopefully myself, has done a decent job at making the news these days not about him. But I think in this kind of a situation where he is speaking at CPAC and it is a newsworthy event, that it at least makes sense not to pretend like it doesn't exist. So he's speaking. Better to know what he's saying and stay on top of it, as opposed to burying our heads in the sand. And especially with my channel in particular, I would just say, I focus a lot on right-wing disinformation, and so it would be doing a disservice to the people who watch my channel, expecting to, hear that kind of disinformation get debunked if I just pretended like it didn't exist, just for the sake of saying, okay, we don't want to give airtime to Trump. And I don't want to give airtime to Trump, but I think, you have to toe that line between focusing on what's important, which, generally, now that Trump's out of office, it's not Trump. It is focusing on what the Biden administration's doing, and hopefully that they're, staying true to their promises, and passing this $1.9 trillion COVID relief package, hopefully pushing through a $15 minimum wage, all of that stuff, with, the occasional events that we have to focus on, I think, that are occurring anyway. So we, like I said, we would be doing a disservice if we just pretended like that didn't exist. So, so with that said, that's why I'm covering this event right now. And if there are events like this, then I'll cover them. But generally, I think the point here has been to focus more on what's happening now, and not allow Donald Trump the privilege of just constantly sucking the oxygen out of the room, even when he's not the president anymore. I mean, God knows he did it. He was able to do it successfully while he was president. But I think in this kind of a situation, it would be doing a disservice to just allow him to do it otherwise. So I'm actually gonna let CPAC play for just a quick second. I'm just gonna make sure that I have to plug my computer in. So I'm gonna let this play for just a quick second, and I'll be back in about 1 minute.
What's up, y'all? Y'all can do better than that. Y'all can do a lot better than that. There we go. That's about right.
That's right.
Okay, so we're gonna get right to it. So for the people at home and the people that can't see, there's a screen right here that tells us exactly how much time we get to tell you some truths that are gonna make you very uncomfortable. How many people have been in CPAC before? Okay, this is the awkward part, and this is the growing pains part for the conservative movement, okay? It's called growing pains, not growing chill or growing safe space, okay? This panel is going to deal with the issues on how we as conservatives failed engaging the black community and galvanizing that community, and it cost us an election. So we're gonna get into these questions. We're gonna get straightforward, okay? First and foremost, I wanna direct this question to
Okay. So with that said, I do want to discuss an issue that's kind of taken over the internet lately, and that is the idea here about, well, that's the issue with the stage. Okay. So I was on an app called Clubhouse yesterday. If you're not on Clubhouse, it's basically a live podcast. And so I was brought on by the Clubhouse Republicans and conservatives, which was super fun because as I'm sure you can imagine, those on the left were not well represented. It was basically just me. And the issue was, this idea that the Hyatt should be canceled. There was two issues basically. One, that the Hyatt should be canceled because of the shape of the stage, which, as you can see in this corner, is shaped like a Nazi insignia. And the other was this idea that the Hyatt should be canceled for hosting this event in the first place. And I have two separate thoughts on this. And one is with the shape of the stage. What I would grant CPAC, because I don't think Hyatt had anything to do with this, although I think the argument can be made that Hyatt does have a responsibility to make sure that an event hosted at their place is still, doesn't include Nazi insignia, we could say. But let's grant them the idea that it was accidental, that the shape of this stage was accidental. They would still, now the news cycle has already shown that this is an issue. So now, like, the bigger issue here is, what is CPAC going to do moving forward? So now showing, like, even if they say, oh, it couldn't possibly have been on purpose, nobody could have known that this would be, a relatively obscure piece of Nazi insignia. Okay, fine. Grant them that it was a mistake, that it just turned out, even though the coincidences managed to always abound on the right, that there is all this, imagery. Even just a few days ago, we had these Trump supporters who stormed the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection who were wearing Camp Auschwitz shirts. But let's grant them this idea that it was accidental. The more important thing now is, what does CPAC do moving forward now that the news cycle already shows that this is an issue? And so Republicans were basically saying, well, if you cancel, if you change the stage, that's just you kowtowing to the liberal Twitter mob, the woke mob, and it's a slippery slope. And if you do it here, then it'll show the woke Twitter mob that they have power over everything, and that everything is going to be canceled. And my stance on this is not that at all. Obviously, my stance on it is, you have something that, whether accidental or not, and let's grant them the idea that it was accidental, regardless, it is the same insignia that was used. So just change it. Just change it, because it's offensive. So you're saying out of one side of your mouth that, we stand with Jews, we condemn anti-Semitism. This is the Republican Party. That we would do, that we'll do anything we can to show that we're on the side of Jews in America. And yet, on the other side, you have a piece of Nazi insignia that you yourself created, and whether it was, again, accidental or not is not the issue. But what are you going to do now that insignia has been shown, now that stage design has been shown to be the same as that insignia? What are you going to do? Are you going to back it up? Are you going to basically follow the words that you've been preaching all of this time, and actually show that, like, okay, you do care, so what do? Just change it. It's that simple. It doesn't mean that you're kowtowing to the woke liberal mob. It doesn't mean that you are going to, you grant them this, and then all of a sudden liberals will have control over everything, and tyrannical government will take over your lives. All it shows, and this has been done in the past, any organization, any group, any business, any person who makes an honest mistake, just fix it. Just fix it, because what you do in response to this scandal says so much more about you than just committing the accidental, the mistake in the first place, right? And so it's not difficult to just change it and back up the words that you've been preaching for so long. So if you have a Republican Party that says, we stand behind the Jews, well, okay, now you have a stage that is, whether purposeful or not, is the same insignia as this Nazi insignia. So just change it and prove it. Prove that your purported values are more important than this idea of just everything the left says is just is just the woke liberal mob, and we can't do anything that they say to do because that'll show weakness. And so even if we have the most hellish imagery imaginable, a Nazi insignia, we're not going to change it because we don't want to give an inch to the liberals, to the woke liberal mob, the Twitter mob, which is insane, right? Like, it's the GOP isn't the first organization, nor will it be the last, to display imagery, even if it's accidental. And all you can do is just try to do better. That's it. It doesn't mean that you're giving up all of your power to the other side. It just means that you recognize the mistake and you're trying to do better. That's it. It doesn't mean that you're weak. It doesn't mean that you give up all your power. It doesn't mean any of that stuff. It doesn't mean this isn't all like a fight for power. It's not always a massive conspiracy coming down from the top. It's not always, the Antifa super soldiers trying to take over your lives. It is just okay. You make a mistake and you fix it. But by virtue of digging in your heels and saying, no, we're not going to change anything, no matter what errors are made, because we don't want to be seen as being weak. Well, now, what does it look like? Now it looks like you've been told this is Nazi insignia and you opted to do nothing. And that's so much worse than if you had just done it accidentally and changed it. You want to talk about weak? This looks way more weak than if you had just changed it from the outset. This looks way more weak. Because now it just shows that you're petty and insecure. And yeah, now it shows that you are anti-Semitic, as opposed to just having changed it from the beginning. And then it would have been a 5-minute story where it's like, shit, somebody just made a mistake. We didn't realize that this stage design was the same as this obscure insignia. Fine. We changed it. We stand behind, we continue to do everything we can to show that we decry anti-Semitism and that we stand behind all people, whether it's Jews, Christians, Muslims. I mean, we're never going to hear this from the Republican Party, but that you would think that's like that's good messaging to put forward. That if you put any insignia forward that's going to insult any people, but especially Nazi insignia, just change it. That's it. Like, other companies have done it in the past. Other organizations have done it in the past. Accidentally, you just change it. That's it. And then it doesn't swallow up the news cycle. But the Republican Party already has an issue, a PR issue when it comes to anti-Semitism, from the early days of Charlottesville all the way to last month, where people were wearing Camp Auschwitz shirts at the January 6th insurrection. They already have a PR issue when it comes to anti-Semitism, and this is only going to exacerbate that. This is only going to prove that exactly correct. Prove the people who said, who are saying that, the Republican Party might purport to be champions of Jews, but at the same time, like, we constantly see this imagery, whether it's people chanting, "Jews will not replace us," with tiki torches, to these guys wearing Auschwitz t-shirts. There's clearly an issue, and so you have this stage, you have an easy fix, just change it. Doesn't mean the woke liberal mob is going to own your party. It means that you inadvertently made a mistake and you can own up to it. You can be man enough to own up to it, right? Like that fits in with the Republican branding, being man enough to do something. So be man enough to change the shape of the stage. And actually back up some of the words that you put forward about standing behind persecuted people. But they won't, and they didn't. And so I think that says a lot more. That their recourse now, or the lack thereof, says a hell of a lot more about how they actually view all of this than just the inadvertent stage design in and of itself, right? Like, this is the bigger story, and they could have wiped it out if they were just secure enough to take one simple step and change the stage design. Block off those little corners. Look up in this corner here. Just block off those little corners, and then all of a sudden, poof! It's not Nazi insignia anymore. It's that simple. So anyway, but my bigger beef with CPAC is that this entire event, they've been giving a platform for people to continue perpetuating the big lie. And so there have been panels titled why judges and media refuse to look at the evidence with regards to this past election. Another panel called "The Left Pulled the Strings, Covered It Up, and Even Admits It." Again, harkening back to the election. Failed states: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada. Oh my, is the name of another panel. We had a speaker, DeRoy Murdoch, I believe his name is pronounced. He's a Fox News contributor. He repeated the lie that there were a quote mysterious late night ballot dumps. And so my beef with that is that these people are using this massive platform at CPAC to continue perpetuating the big lie, a lie that had already proven itself to be to bring about violence. I mean, this is the exact lie that brought about the insurrection, and so we already know how dangerous the repetition of this lie can be. We've already seen it. We've lived it. It was 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, whatever it was, 6 weeks ago. And yet, at CPAC, there are not only people kind of accidentally bringing it up, just like there are panels that were prepared that expressly discuss this issue or lack thereof. I mean, there is no issue. The election was secure. It was legitimate. It was free and fair. Everyone's admitted as much on both sides of the aisle. And yet, this event is basically just a platform to continue perpetuating this exact disinformation that led to a cop dying, getting bludgeoned to death, that led to a number of Trump's own supporters getting killed. We saw somebody get shot the day of the insurrection. And so, to go back to this initial issue of the Hyatt, I think that the Hyatt does have a responsibility if you're going to let CPAC use your venue to at least do the bare minimum of laying out guardrails that would preclude speech that is outright dangerous, outright foments violence. And we can't pretend that, we're not sure if it's going to foment violence, because it did. This issue's already, the jury's already out on this one. Like we've already seen it. We had 2 full months of this big lie getting pumped into our living rooms and onto our Twitter feeds and onto the airwaves, and we've seen firsthand what it's done. And so my position on this was Hyatt does have a responsibility, and this is the stage thing. The stage thing is separate. I don't, the Hyatt, that's an issue on CPAC. I think that's a PR issue, but you have speech that is known to be dangerous, and there were no guardrails set up because there are panels literally entitled in perpetuating the big lie. There were no guardrails set up, and so at some point, we can't have these brands that just hide behind this idea of we're okay to give a platform to both sides. We don't stand for it, but it's important that we have free speech, unencumbered free speech by both sides. Well, one of these sides is perpetuating speech that is not just free speech, it is incitement. And we know it's incitement because it's already done it. This exact lie is what incited the insurrection. What were those people yelling at the Capitol on January 6th? Stop the steal, because the election, they said, was stolen. And so by virtue of holding these panels where they discuss the election being stolen, it's the same exact thing. This is not free speech. This is incitement. It is the exact speech that led to the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th. And so when you have these brands like Hyatt that just keep using this bullshit excuse that everybody should have a platform to say whatever they want. Well, at some point, knowing what these people are going to say at this conference, because you literally have panels entitled "Why the Media and Judges Refuse to Look at the Evidence," "The Left Pulled the Strings, Covered It Up, and Admits It," failed states: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada. When you have these pre-planned events where they're going to be discussing and perpetuating the big lie, and you do nothing to stop it. There's not even a single guardrail that's put up. Well, at some point, that's going to reflect back on your brand. And people aren't just going to sit back and say, well, yeah, free speech, because this is beyond free speech. This is another issue entirely. Look, if Republicans want to get together and discuss taxation, and they think that, the corporate tax rate should be 21% and Democrats think it should be 35%, fine. I don't agree with it, but fine. Speak about that all day. If you want to discuss if you don't think abortion should be legal, and we do, fine. But this isn't that. These are panels that were pre-planned to expressly discuss this mistaken notion, this baseless idea, this outright lie that the election was stolen, a lie that has already led to people dying. Well, you have to bear some responsibility in that. And not just hide behind this idea that we're just an innocent company. Well, you gave your venue to these people, so you're aligning your brand with these people. And so in the same way that you made the conscious decision to align yourself with this, consumers can make the conscious decision to not spend their money there. And you can call it cancel culture, but I would call it the free market. I'm a capitalist. Call it the free market. This isn't the government going in and canceling your business. This is informed citizens making the conscious decision, just like you made the conscious decision to host these people, to not spend our money there. That's what the free market is. That's what Republicans purport to stand behind for as long as I can remember. They love the free market when it works in their favor, but as soon as, people get together and make the conscious decision through free thought, because this is free enterprise, to not spend their money at these businesses, well, suddenly it's cancel culture. Suddenly they have a brand new word for it. A word, by the way, that they didn't use when they were canceling Keurig, the coffee maker, when they were canceling Starbucks every year for the last 10 years because baby Jesus wasn't on the cup. That was fine. That was capitalism. That was the free market. But as soon as the left does it, for a much more valid reason, I would argue, than Jesus not being on a coffee cup, but instead for conservatives getting together through this massive event and in this massive platform, perpetuating a lie that has already caused people to die, that caused a mob of people to storm the seat of democracy in the United States for the first time in 200 years, I would argue that that's a little bit more pressing of an issue than Jesus not being on a coffee cup. Well, suddenly it's cancel culture. Different words. When the right does it, it's totally fine. It's the free market. When the left does it, oh, it's cancel culture. We're being censored. We're being canceled. We're being erased. So that's my beef with Hyatt. I think if you're a company, you have a corporate responsibility, a moral responsibility. When you lend your services to someone, when you give your, this is their venue. When you afford your venue to a company, to an organization rather, or an event, that your name is still on that event, that these people are still representing you and you're representing them. That is what a corporate partnership is. That is what is happening at CPAC. I'm sure for the same reason that if the American Neo-Nazi Party tried to hold an event at a Hyatt, they'd probably say no. Why? Because it doesn't align with their values. And so by that same logic, when you have CPAC discussing this idea that the election was stolen, I'm going to go back to me so I don't air these commercials. When you have CPAC discussing that the election was stolen, in the same way that they probably could decide not to invite a certain organization into their building, by virtue of allowing CPAC in, they are endorsing the content at this event. And they are endorsing the panels at this event. And when you have panels at this event where they discuss Democrats refusing to look at the evidence, the left pulling the strings, covering it up, and even admitting it, which, what? Failed states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada, obviously referring to the election results. When you have speakers like this Fox News contributor, DeRoy Murdoch, who said that there were mysterious late night ballot dumps, all of which is patently untrue, laughably untrue. That's content that they've decided that they're endorsing. So, look, I'm not going to be on Twitter doing hashtag cancel Hyatt, but I know what they've made the conscious decision to support. I know, If I had the option to stay there or stay somewhere else, I'm staying somewhere else. Like that is what a free market is. And if there's no consequences for a business, then why would they stop? Like this isn't a new concept. This idea of, okay, you've decided to align yourself with dangerous people. And again, this isn't me just saying like, I'm a Democrat. I want anything that the Republican Party touches to die. I don't think like if you're a Republican that we shouldn't buy, I shouldn't spend $1. I'm not saying that. This is a completely separate issue. This is not just an issue of taxation. It's not just an issue of abortion. It's not just an issue of healthcare, of whatever your issues are, fine. If you're on the opposite end of the spectrum, I have my beliefs, you have your beliefs, fine. But this is entirely separate. This is an issue of, perpetuating this idea, like a completely baseless lie that led to violence at the Capitol, that led to people dying. And that will completely undermine our elections moving forward. We have Jim Jordan coming on, so I'm gonna play this for you right now.
Hello. Wow. Thank you all. Have a seat. No, sit down. Sit down. Save that for the president when he gets here, right? Yeah. All right, who's up? Who's next? Who is the... No, I know that. It's a different question. Who's the cancel culture? Who's the cancel culture going to attack next? Think about it. They canceled the host of The Bachelor. They canceled the star of Mandalorian. They're coming after Fox News, Newsmax, One American News. You see last week they tried to cancel Kermit the Frog and Mr. Potato Head? You see that? They backed off Mr. Potato Head. I think he told him his preferred pronouns were he, his, him, right? I mean, this is scary where the left wants to go. Barry Weiss, editor at the New York Times, former editor at the New York Times, said if you engage in wrong think, you engage in wrong speak, you are going to face the digital Thunderdome. They're going to harass you. They're going to come after you. They're going to come after your family. They're going to come after your employer. It is sick where the left wants to go. What they are doing to the Constitution. Think about the world of sports in just the last year. Drew Brees said you should stand for the national anthem. He had to go into the Thunderdome. James Harden wore a Back the Blue, support the law enforcement mask. He had to go in the Thunderdome. Mike Gundy, did you follow this one? Mike Gundy, football coach at Oklahoma State. Remember this? Mike Gundy goes fishing with his family, posts a picture on social media wearing a One American News t-shirt, almost lost his job. Think about that, almost lost his job for fishing in the wrong shirt. This is scary where the left wants to take us, and we have to fight back every single time we see it. Do you have a functioning First Amendment when only one side's allowed to talk? Do you have free speech when the left controls what can be said? They want to be able to say whatever they can about us, but we're not allowed to talk. They want to be able to lie about us. We're not allowed to tell the truth about them. And you know why I think they really are out to cancel us? You know why they really come after us? They don't like the fact that we tell the truth. They don't like the fact that we point out the double standard. We point out the fact Nancy Pelosi can go to the salon, but we can't. She can walk around the metal detectors. We got to walk through them. Gavin Newsom can go to a 5-star restaurant with his family, with the lobbyist, but we can't have our family over for Thanksgiving. Think about this one. January 6, 2017, Democrats can object to the electors, can object to counting the electors from 10 states, but on January 6, 2021, Republicans aren't allowed to object to the electors from 6 states? Jim McGovern, on January 6, 2017, Jim McGovern, Democrat chairman of the Rules Committee, objected to Alabama. President Trump won Alabama by 30 points. So Jim McGovern's allowed to object to Alabama, but Jim Jordan can't object to Pennsylvania, where they went around their legislature, the partisan Supreme Court, the Democrat Secretary of State, in an unconstitutional fashion, goes around their legislature, changes the election law. I'm not allowed to object to that, but Jim McGovern can object to Alabama? Think about this. Jamie Raskin, the lead impeachment manager. January 6, 2017, he objected to Florida. He didn't bring that up during the impeachment debate, did he? The best one is Maxine Waters. You remember Maxine Waters. Maxine Waters, the same lady who said, if you see anyone in the Trump administration, you create a crowd, you push back on them, you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere. Telling Americans to go to other American citizens who serve in our government and tell them they're not welcome in our country. That Maxine Waters, January 6, 2017, objected to the state of Wyoming. President Trump won Wyoming by 40 points. So the reason the Democrats are so out to cancel us is because they don't like the fact that we tell the truth about them. They like the fact that they can engage in this hypocrisy and this double standard. And who do they want to cancel most? Who do they want? What individual do they want to cancel most? Yeah, the guy who did what he said when he was president of the United States, right? They want to cancel the guy. Yeah, you can clap for the president. You're going to get to do that a lot here this afternoon. They're obsessed with it. They tried to remove him from office before he got there. They tried to remove him from office after he'd already left. It's an obsession with the Democrats. They don't like someone who actually came to the town and took on the swamp. They don't like someone who actually comes to that town and fights for all of us. No president, look, I'm getting old now, I'm 57. No president in my lifetime has done more of what they said they would do than President Trump did during his 4 years as our president. He said he would cut taxes, he did. He said he'd reduce regulations, he did. He said he would grow our economy, he did. Best economy in 50 years, lowest unemployment in 50 years. He said he'd put conservatives on the court, he did. Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. He said he'd get out of the Iran deal, he did. He said he would put the embassy in Jerusalem, he did. He said he'd bring hostages home from North Korea, he did. He said he'd get a new NAFTA agreement, he did. He said he would build the wall, and he built the wall. No president has done more of what they told the American people they were going to do than he did. Now, most of the time, people go run for office, they say all kinds of wonderful things at election time, get to Washington, and then they give you all kinds of excuses why they can't do what they told you they were going to do. President Trump got there, he says, I'm just going to do it. Because he knows it's we the people that make this country special. People with common sense who work hard. He knows that. He was willing to go fight for us, and that's why the left wants to cancel him. And we can't let it happen. Look, President Trump is the leader of the conservative movement. He's the leader. President Trump's the leader of the conservative movement. He's the leader of the America First movement. He's the leader of the Republican Party. And I hope leader of the conservative movement, the leader of the American First movement, the leader of the Republican Party, and I hope on January 20th, 2025, he is once again the leader of our great country. Our charge. Our task has never changed. Our responsibility, our charge, our task as Americans has never changed. In the next 4 years, we need to focus on this. Same thing it's always been. I think it's summed up in my favorite scripture verse. I've shared this before at this same forum. 2 Timothy 4:7. Paul's the old guy giving advice to the young guy Timothy. And he says, fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. And I tell folks, I love that verse because of the energy in it. It is a verse, I think, in many ways written for America. We are not timid folk. We are not wimpy people. We are people who take initiative. We are people of intensity. We are people of action. And our charge is what it has always been, to fight for the values and principles that make us the greatest nation ever, to finish the race, to persevere, to never quit, to never give up, and to keep the faith in the blessings God has given this great nation, to keep the faith in the people, we the people of this great country who have common sense, who understand you set goals, you work hard and good things happen, to remember all that and fight for those common sense principles. That is our charge, and if we do that, we will hold off the left's assault on our values, we will hold off the left's assault, the cancel culture mob's assault on our fundamental liberties. We will take back the House in 2022, and President Trump, I hope runs again in 2024, and if he does, he will win, and we will make sure America remains the greatest nation in history. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was Jim Jordan complaining about being canceled and silenced while on the biggest Republican stage of the year. So if you can figure that out, I would be very curious to hear how that works. Being canceled while on stage speaking to thousands of people at the biggest Republican event of 2021. So anyway, something else I think is interesting about this whole idea of, and by the way, I'll go right back to CPAC. We're just at a commercial right now, and I don't need to be doing CPAC's advertisers any favors by giving them some airtime on this channel. So as soon as CPAC comes back in, I'll bring it back on. But for right now, I think you can do without the free advertisements. Something funny about CPAC this year is that the theme was America Uncanceled, and within days of the event getting ready to begin, they actually canceled one of their own speakers yet again for making anti-Semitic remarks. So funny how that always works out. America Uncanceled canceled one of their own guests. The thing too about this whole cancel culture issue is, like, imagine a family of 4 in Florida trying to get by, and like amid the pandemic, the economic recession, and like the issue that you're focused on right now is cancel culture. Like these people are worried about that.
Back, folks. So, despite the fact that the national pollsters can't seem to ever get it right, people still love polls. And all of you have been the star of the CPAC poll this week, and you're about to hear the results from Donald Trump's pollster, Jim McLaughlin, my fellow board member, who really is one that does get it right. But before we hear from him, we're going to hear from Tim Constantine of the Washington Times. But I just have one question for all of you that wasn't on the CPAC poll. Was the decision to bring CPAC 2021 to Orlando a good one? Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Constantine of the Washington Times, America's newspaper.
You know, the Washington Times has been doing the CPAC poll for as long as I can remember, and it's a great measure every year of where conservative America stands. And you are unlikely to get much of this information from the mainstream media. As a matter of fact, before we get to the straw poll results, let's do a quick poll right here. When you are trying to find information that is what people in the heartland of America think, how many of you think CNN is a good source? How about MSNBC? In that case, how many think CPAC is a great place to come and get information? Charlie, thank you
Interesting that he didn't ask about Fox News.
Check, we appreciate it. You know, the most exciting part or the most popular part of the poll every year is the presidential poll. We look at who would you like to be the presidential nominee of the Republican Party in the next cycle. and I got to tell you, what's really cool about this is you look at all the names on there, and you look at how many of them spoke at CPAC this year. They understand this is where to come and reach the people that actually are focused on the issues. And the Republicans have a very deep bench. You know, for baseball, spring training started today, and every team has a star, but it's the teams that have a really deep bench that do well. And I look at the bench that the Republican Party has looking ahead to 2024. You got people like Governor Ron DeSantis. You got Senator Josh Hawley. You've got Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Tom Cotton. All of those are potential candidates in 2024. All of those spoke here at CPAC. And then I got to let you in on a little secret. And please don't let this get outside this room, right?
Well, this is going to be so
I don't
funny.
know if you folks know this, but there's one other gentleman who might be on the ballot in 2024, and in about 10 minutes, President Donald Trump is going to be on this stage right here. So before we do that, I think you are going to enjoy, we're going to give you some of the results from the poll. Jim McLaughlin was Trump's pollster. He is also the Washington Times pollster, and he has put together this information for you.
Superstar.
I'll give you the 3-second sneak peek. You're going to like it a lot. Jim, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tim and Charlie. That was great. And I'll tell you something. We were the ones that were crazy enough in 2016 to actually say on the Sean Hannity show, the Friday before Election Day, that President Trump was actually going to win. And let me tell you, we got attacked by the media like you wouldn't believe, and I'm sure when they see the results of this, but I can tell by it, our poll was right by what we got. But without further ado, let's have some fun. I think, unfortunately, this poll is probably going to trigger a lot of the media again. What's the most important issue that's facing the country today? And by the way, this is an issue the press is trying to tell us there's nothing to see here. Remember, we allowed you to select three.
Right. There's an issue with election integrity, even though the DOJ, Bill Barr's DOJ, said there was no issue. The DHS said there was no issue. Republican governors and Republican secretaries of state have said there's no issue. 64 out of the 65 court cases said there was no issue, but apparently there is. No proof of anything, but there still is definitely an issue.
Trump's issue agenda and policies, which of the following comes close to your own personal opinion? 95% of you want to continue his policies and agenda. 95%. Amazing, amazing. There's only 3% that want to move away. Must have let a couple reporters in. Would you like to see Donald Trump run again for president in 2024?
Surprisingly, there's almost 30% of, more than 30% of people said, said that they're not sure.
10 to agree on anything, but that's pretty obvious. I can tell that number's right? And thinking ahead, this is the ballot with President Trump in it. If the election were held today, who would you vote for? And far and away, the front runner is President Trump.
So Josh Hawley helped incite an insurrection, all for 1 point
And the next
in the polls.
is
Okay. So prior to Trump coming on, I just want to continue speaking. Again, this idea that and these are CPAC attendees. So these are going to be off the deep end, people that are still, under this mistaken notion that there was an issue with election integrity in this past election. Again, as I said, we've already had this issue adjudicated in every court case, both on process and on the merits, and it never worked out for Donald Trump or any of his mouthpieces or allies or people bringing cases on his behalf. Bill Barr's DOJ, Chris Krebs in the DHS's cybersecurity unit said there was no fraud. This was the most secure election in American history. Republican governors, Republican secretaries of state, people who voted for him. You have recounts and audits that confirmed the vote tallies in these machines. You have Dominion Voting Systems and Smartmatic launching $1.3 and $2.7 billion lawsuits against people, which is not something you do if you think that there's any chance you might lose. So any way you cut it, this idea that there is some issue with the election is completely baseless. If you have any proof, show it. They didn't. What does that tell you? There's no issue. It's just some platitude they spout because they can't accept the fact. They're too small to accept the fact that he just lost. Trump just lost. People just don't like him, and they don't like these people or their agenda. That's why that's why they've lost in the last 4 years the majority in the House, the Senate, and the presidency. That is not an accident. It is a direct result of an unpopular president. That's it. So walking around thinking that these people are still like, oh, we're the silent majority. You're a loud minority of people. So anyway, we're about 10 minutes away from him coming on to speak. There are rumors that he could possibly announce a 2024 run. I don't know that we would expect that. I don't, look, Trump knows that he lost this election and that the election was legitimate. He just knew that he had to protect his own ego, his fragile ego. He had to say that the election was rigged, and he was saying it was rigged before he even, before the first vote was even cast, right? And this is what he's done always. He said the Iowa caucus in 2016 was rigged. He said the 2016 election that he won was rigged. And now he's saying the 2020 election was rigged, and he started saying that in October before even a single vote was cast. So Trump will say that the election is rigged regardless. So this idea that we would lend credence to this completely BS notion that there was an issue with election integrity is just completely absurd, and it's just a coping mechanism for this person who otherwise can't deal with the fact that people just don't like him. And so knowing that he lost, and that he lost fair and square, the likelihood that Trump is going to announce another run and subject himself to yet another round of humiliation, only this time without the powers of the federal government to back him up, without the DOJ to try to bring lawsuits forward against these bogus claims of fraud, without the bully pulpit of the presidency to pressure these state and local leaders, members of Congress, senators, even his own vice president. He doesn't have any of these powers anymore. So he tried to do it in 2020, and he had all of these different avenues to pervert, to manipulate in his efforts to steal the election, but he isn't afforded any of those powers in 2024. So the opportunity for him to just run, and look, he'll cry fraud regardless. Again, as I said, he's done it before. But for him to do it without being able to lie, cheat, and steal, to use the presidency to try to change the election results or whatever, I think we don't need to watch this commercial honoring the life of Rush Limbaugh. So again, as soon as these commercials are over, we can go back to we'll go back to CPAC. I believe Trump is going to be speaking any minute now. So yeah, the idea that Trump would announce his run for presidency and try to deal with another loss, look, I don't know if he would actually do that, but it just doesn't seem that likely that he would want to subject himself to that. So again, for people just tuning in right now, we are only a couple of minutes away from Trump speaking at CPAC. There are rumors that he could announce a 2024 run. I personally don't think that it's that likely for issues that I just laid out, but we're moments away. I've got CPAC on. It's just I just don't want to air the commercials because I don't think we need to do their advertisers any favors here. So as soon as this comes back on in another moment, we can switch back over to CPAC and we'll hear Trump speak. We'll hear Trump speak at this event. I'm not sure how long his speech is going to be. I can just about promise you that it's going to be a rambling diatribe of grievances about the election having been stolen, which it wasn't, about people not being loyal to him, which they were right not to be. And, whatever his list of grievances is, that we've heard for the last 4 years. So let's just keep this on in the corner, and as soon as they come back in with some live footage, I'll go full screen on that. I'll take this opportunity before Trump comes on. If you are not yet subscribed to my channel, if you could please hit the subscribe button. Doesn't cost anything. I usually do 1 video a day, and I'll cover breaking news videos, just 5, 6, 7 minutes of video on average. So if you're not yet subscribed, if you could do me a favor and just support my channel by just subscribing to it, that would be greatly appreciated. Also want to take this time to say that I have an interview coming out on my channel here with Elizabeth Warren tomorrow, where we discuss the specific issue of barring Trump from running for office using the 14th Amendment. So there were a few avenues that would prevent Trump from holding office in the future, and that was obviously if they could get 2/3 of senators to vote for conviction at this latest impeachment trial. They didn't get 2/3 of senators. They got 56 or 57 senators, I believe. I can't actually remember. I think it was 56. So they had 56 senators vote in favor of conviction. They needed, I believe, 67. So that avenue, they weren't successful in being able to bar him from running for office again. But there is one more avenue, and that is by voting for it under Article 3 of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. And that would basically be, the clause in the Constitution that prevents people from, or that would punish them for having incited an insurrection. So we discussed that specific issue. So again, if you're not yet subscribed, hit subscribe to my channel, because tomorrow morning my interview with Elizabeth Warren will be released, and I specifically ask her about the Senate moving forward with the issue of barring Trump from running for office again using the 14th Amendment. And her answer is quite interesting. So look forward to that. I believe it'll be released at 9 a.m. Eastern, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. So again, not yet subscribed, hit the subscribe button, and then I think you can hit the bell, and you'll get a notification when that interview comes out. Really good interview, and I was really happy to be able to speak with Senator Warren. So that's something to look forward to. We also discuss the idea of $50,000 student loan relief, eliminating $50,000 in student loans, and also abolishing the filibuster so that we can move forward with legislation like Voting Rights Act, like H.R. 1, the For the People Act, so that we can actually, we have all of these Republican efforts in Republican-led legislatures across the country, from Iowa to Florida to Georgia, that are preventing people from being able to vote early, from using drop boxes. They're enacting signature requirements in absentee ballots, or just eliminating absentee ballots outright, mail ballots. There's another bill put forward that would only allow those over 60, I believe it's in Florida, I want to say, either Florida or Georgia, that would only allow those 65 and older to use absentee ballots. And obviously, they're more inclined to vote Republican than Democratic. And then there's one bill in the Georgia State House that would just outright eliminate early voting on Sundays when black churches typically organize souls to the polls. In Georgia this past year, 30% of Georgians used early voting on Sundays. 37% of black Georgians used early voting on Sundays. And so by choosing that day in particular to eliminate early voting, it is just a direct, egregious attack on the black community in Georgia, in a state where they can't deal with the fact that they just lost 2 Senate seats to the Democrats. And so instead of having a better agenda, making a better pitch to the American people for starters, they just decided that if you don't vote for us, well, now you can't vote. And so that's their solution moving forward. Not get better, just stop the people who vote Democrat from voting at all. Again, for those just joining, we are only a few minutes away from Donald Trump's taking the stage at CPAC. Again, not sure if we'll hear an announcement for a 2024 run. That is a major rumor swirling around. I personally don't think that he would, but then again, I'm not here to predict the future, so I couldn't say one way or the other whether he would do it. But I don't think him setting himself up to deal with the humiliation of a potential loss again in 2024, only now without being able to wield the levers of the federal government to his advantage. Being able to pressure state legislatures and bring them to the White House, being able to pressure members of Congress, being able to call senators up like Tommy Tuberville to try to get Mike Pence to stall the certification. All of the steps that he used to delay or block outright the certification of this election, he won't have access to anymore. So the likelihood that he'll be able to do it this time is slim to none as a private citizen. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes. Again, Trump is set to take the stage any moment now. We are watching this homage to one of the more despicable human beings to have ever walked this planet. So as soon as we're done with this homage to Rush Limbaugh, we will likely hear from Donald Trump. Trump is slated to speak at 3:40 Eastern. So if the scheduling is correct, we are 4 minutes away from him taking the stage. I'll do my best to let it ride without interrupting too much, because I don't think that you're here to hear me interrupt the entire time. But if there's something that I can interject during his speech to debunk some blatant lie, then I will. Okay. Oh, this is just, the longest. If they want to do an homage to Rush Limbaugh and show who he really was, they could show the video of him mocking Michael J. Fox for having Parkinson's on air. I think that would do really well with his audience. And that's pretty much all you need to know about Rush Limbaugh if you're trying to determine the content of his character. I think when you start mocking Parkinson's victims, then that pretty much says it all, right? I don't know that you need a 12-minute video recounting his life when you've got that. Okay, so we are about a minute away from Trump taking the stage at CPAC. I don't know how long he'll be speaking for. Again, this is amid rumors that he can announce a 2024 run. Again, personally, I don't think that that'll be the case. But we will find out momentarily. Again, something to remember prior to Trump taking the stage is that I imagine his principal grievance is going to be this idea, this baseless notion that the election was stolen. Something to remember, just to bring to your family's dinner tables tonight. If you live in a family where you have all ends of the political spectrum represented, is that this issue of a stolen election was already litigated and adjudicated in every corner of our government. There were 65 court cases brought forward. Trump and his allies lost 64 of them. The only one that they won was shortening a cure deadline in Pennsylvania from 9 to 6 days, which had no impact. Otherwise, they lost 64 straight cases, not only on process, but on merits. There were Republican governors, Republican secretaries of state who had voted for Donald Trump, who conceded that the election wasn't stolen. There was Bill Barr's DOJ, which said that the claims of an election stolen, claims that the election was stolen were bullshit. And that was Bill Barr's words, not mine, although also my words. There was Chris Krebs at the DHS's cybersecurity unit that said this was the most secure election in American history. There were audits and recounts in a number of states, including Georgia, where they confirmed the vote tallies from the machines. So there were all these claims that Dominion voting systems was switching ballots and that dead people were counting and that, tabs for votes for Trump weren't counted, but votes for Biden were counted 2, 3, 4 times. Whatever it was, they did hand recounts of paper ballots. You can't rig paper. And those recounts confirmed the original votes. So any way you cut it, from every corner of government, the idea that the election was stolen has been nothing other than a Trump-inspired fever dream with no proof to back it up whatsoever. A number of Republicans everywhere have already debunked a number of these issues. Those who have spouted these lies have already been, are dealing with billions of dollars in lawsuits. We have Maria Bartiromo, you have Rudy Giuliani, you have Fox News, OAN, Newsmax. All of them are facing lawsuits now for having perpetuated these lies. So again, I think that's
The last samurai is right back. Hello, America. Hello, American conservatives. My name is Genki Fuji. I'm a Japanese journalist.
okay. I think we could probably skip that. So again, any second now we should have Trump speaking at CPAC. I guess he's being led in by this guy who wants us to know that Donald Trump is a real American samurai. So that's what's going on at CPAC, celebrating the real American samurai, Donald Trump.
Don't you agree we need voter ID and clean election rolls? Well, your judicial watch is in federal court right.
They're just milking it. Again, any second now, they're a few minutes behind. Any second now, Trump will be taking the stage. So I expect it to be right this second. I mean, this entire event is just pumping disinformation into people's living rooms, or if they're in attendance, into their brains. So it is just straight disinformation. If there was anybody that believed that the election was stolen, they would have already litigated in their favor. And again, there were at least 6 Trump judges, at least 6 judges that Trump himself appointed, all of whom voted against Trump's fraud claims. If anybody would be willing to give Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt, it was one of these judges, a number of whom were rated unqualified, who would have given him the benefit of the doubt and brought these cases forward, and all of them smacked them down. So, but again, that's not stopping these people from perpetuating this exact same disinformation that led to the insurrection in the first place. And just prior to Trump taking the stage, again, if you haven't yet subscribed, if you could subscribe to my channel, I would appreciate it. Man, they are really milking this lead in. We are 5 minutes behind. Trump was supposed to take the stage about 5 minutes ago. But this may be the only thing that actually gets people watching, other than Jim Jordan just standing there screaming about cancel culture. Somehow, shockingly, that might not be the best content in the world, so I think they're just milking this as much as they can. Defending the most vulnerable. Yeah, you know, the Republican Party out there defending the most vulnerable among us, which is the white Christian men. Got it. I think minorities voted for Democrats by like upwards of 80%. But sure. Republicans defending the most vulnerable among us. See also the Muslim ban, the wall from Mexico, trying to deport dreamers, trying to take healthcare away from 20 million Americans, locking kids in cages. Do I have to go on? Okay, again, for people just joining, we are moments away from Trump taking the stage. We're live. We've got the live CPAC feed here. So as soon as Trump takes the stage, we'll hear it. So if you're waiting to hear him speak, just stick around, and it should be any moment now. Usually this is probably where Trump would take to Twitter to let you know how late he would be, but for some reason I haven't seen any tweets from him. Super weird. Super weird. Again, if you're just joining, I know a bunch of people just joined. We are live on the CPAC feed here, so as soon as Trump takes the stage, we'll see it. You'll see it at the same time that I do. So just stick around for a minute. We are about 9 minutes past when he said he was scheduled to come on, so I think they're just, fashionably late, milking the attendance here, because otherwise it's just the Jim Jordans of the world screaming about cancel culture, and I don't exactly think that's boosting their numbers. and this is something I touched on earlier, this idea of CPAC's theme this year being America Uncanceled. Now, first of all, they canceled one of their own speakers because he made an anti-Semitic comment, just that they found some tweet or something, thereby undermining their entire theme for this event, that the first thing they did is cancel the speaker for saying something reprehensible. And I like that when they first announced that they had canceled a speaker for saying something reprehensible, they didn't say who it was. And nobody knew who it was because it could be anybody and everybody. When you say like, so we've heard comments from one of our scheduled speakers at CPAC that was inappropriate. Like, okay, you're gonna have to be a lot more specific. Like, I think it was like Young Pharaoh. So apparently, his comment was fine, but all of these other people repeating comments whereby they incited an insurrection at the Capitol where a cop was bludgeoned to death and a Trump supporter was shot and killed and a number of other Trump supporters were killed, that's all permissible. So somewhere in between, this anti-Semitic comment and inciting an insurrection, somewhere is the line for CPAC. I'm not exactly sure where, but it's somewhere in there. Obviously, with inciting an insurrection being on the good side when it comes to the Republican Party and CPAC. That stuff is all completely permissible by their own standards. And the other thing that I was saying earlier was this idea of like they're leaning heavily into cancel culture. Like that is the theme of this event. We're in the middle of a pandemic. 500,000 people have died. We're losing thousands more every week. Millions of Americans have lost their jobs. For millions of other Americans, we're in the middle of an economic crisis, although not for those at the top. And the purported party of like the blue collar party, the party of the working class, the Republican Party, so they like to claim that they are, is out here whining that their Twitter accounts are being turned off because they're perpetuating disinformation, as if like families trying to get by in North Dakota, in Texas during this Arctic blast.
Check one.
Are worried about that.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3.
So we have the sound check for Trump taking the stage right now.
Back up microphone.
But yeah,
check.
as if that's the issue that people are worried about. Like the dad who's just trying to like have enough money to get by for his wife and kids in West Virginia. Is like, well, I sure don't want to be canceled today. No, we don't have enough money to get by past a week. No, I don't have a job. Trying to survive amid the virus, but I just hope nobody takes my Twitter account away. And I sure hope nobody takes Josh Hawley's Twitter account away either, and that's what I'm going to vote on. No job, no money, trying to survive amid a deathly pandemic. But please, don't silence the conservative voices on Twitter.com. That's my issue. That's what I vote on. I'm a single voter issue. Like, is that not crazy to anybody else? This is the thing I can't wrap my head around.
You're seeing how the sausage is made here. They're getting the stage. How pretty is this stage? Don't listen to the lies about this stage. It is plenty pretty.
Again, the stage is shaped. It is shaped like Nazi insignia.
Everything's going according to schedule with the President of the United States. He will be here very soon. Since we're in Florida, it's nice and air conditioned in here because the one thing I always know about my Floridian wife is they love that air conditioning. I like your sign, ma'am. That's a very pretty flag back there. And in the meantime, for a few moments, we wanted to remind you all that it's not just the people in this room who are watching and listening to this content Obviously, people from all over America, if social media is allowing it to happen. I hope you're all getting your feeds. But you know who else is watching? The whole world. The whole world is looking at America and saying, is America going to embrace socialism or fight back? And so we're going to give you a little indicator of how CPAC and the American conservative movement is working with freedom-loving people overseas. Please watch. CPAC, the whole world is watching. Guess what? Today's CPAC is the biggest and best we've ever seen. Folks, we are making a difference.
Well, it's that time of year again, CPAC time. The leaders of the conservative movement have long met in the Washington area each year for an event called CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference.
It's an amazing conference, super amazing leadership team.
The ACU has been the single most uniting force behind the conservative movement.
It has been a gathering place for decades with presidents and lawmakers and pop culture figures.
If you're going to CPAC at National Harbor, volume right now in Oxon Hill on the Beltway at 210.
I understand there are 13,000 people here. It goes up a little bit each year.
Matt and the ACU bring together so many conservatives from around the country in one place.
I'm reminded of the Reagan Revolution, and we're trying to light the match of that revolution again in a positive way.
Quietly, mysteriously, the Republican Party has become the party of ideas.
The organization's proven itself over time from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump.
I actually started quite a while ago. CPAC came here, probably made my first real political speech, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president, right?
Well, the president may have won an award for being one of the...
Sorry, I just realized I was muted. I was going to say, proven itself. Like, the Republican Party has been voted out of the House, the Senate, and the White House over the last 4 years. So I don't know how you can claim that you've proven yourself when the American people have voted you out of every branch of government that you control.
Freedom, as Reagan told us, is not passed down in the bloodstream from one generation to another. Freedom, instead, you got to stand up, you got to fight for it, you got to defend it.
I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you.
You need to come here with like-minded people. If you ain't trying to hear nothing about no socialism and all that foolishness, you need to come here with other like-minded people that's talking about capitalism.
Also, like, when you talk about this idea of socialism, we've had Democratic presidents, and we've never had socialism. Like, they keep claiming, oh, if you elect a Democrat, you'll have socialism. We'll devolve into a full-blown socialism. It's happened. We had 8 years of Obama, and guess what? Still a capitalism. We had 8 years of Bill Clinton. Guess what? Still a capitalism. And not only that, if you look in the last 30 years at the jobs being created by Democrats versus Republican presidents in my entire lifetime, Democrats have far outperformed. There's not a single Republican president who's created more jobs than a Democrat.
Requiring colleges and universities to support free speech if they want federal research.
You've gotten coverage this year that I'm not sure I can recall ever you getting. So congratulations.
Amazing energy. It's the grassroots activist Super Bowl.
It's obviously the Super Bowl for conservatives.
Being conservative, being liberty-minded, being freedom-based, and CPAC is what makes America great.
Good morning, deplorables. How about that?
It's our first CPAC. We're just here taking it all in.
It's my first CPAC, having an awesome time, and the reason I'm here is President Trump saving our country. I never would have come doing for President Trump.
You know what I like about this? Number one, I'm in love, and you're in love. We're all in love together. We've done something that nobody's ever done.
Well, President Trump loves CPAC, and CPAC loves President Trump. It's a mutual, strong relationship. It's the fact that the president knows that when he comes to CPAC, he's at home. He's with his people.
You know, I first went to CPAC during the Reagan years, where Reagan was a conservative president, but CPAC was much to the right of even where President Reagan was. And now it is right in the center. It is the Republican Party.
How's CPAC doing? Good.
It is the Republican Party, and yet most of what they're doing there is just perpetuating disinformation about a stolen election that wasn't stolen. So that should tell you, if that is the Republican Party and not to the right of the Republican Party, that should show you how off the rails the entire GOP has gone. This isn't about policy. It's not about taxes. It's not about the deficit. It's not about your views on abortion or women's reproductive rights or healthcare. It is just lunacy. It is straight misinformation. And that's what they've steeped their, and misinformation and culture war wedge issues. That's it. Cancellation and stolen election lies. The whole thing is just like a big grievance fest.
So important that it actually had to occur every moment of every day on the calendar year. You know, we're kind of stuck in the swamp, and most people obviously live very far away from the swamp for good reasons.
People all over the world who are saying it's now our time to pursue this kind of freedom. We've got about 28 different countries now that are asking us to help them put on CPACs in their own countries.
Sounds awfully exotic to this Kansas kid. We're going to go to Australia. We're going to have the first CPAC.
They have a combination of hope and desperation. They want to help their fellow countrymen pursue freedom and attain it. And at the same time, they are so aware of the forces arrayed against them.
It was rather shocking to see that the legislature in Australia literally wanted to ban us from coming, and some of our speakers.
The Home Affairs Minister is encouraging a cavalcade of intolerance to continue at CPAC's Talkfest of Hate.
The first Australian Conservative Political Action Conference will get underway in Sydney today amid ongoing controversy.
CPAC was a debate within the Australian Parliament, the very fact that we would go there. So what that tells me is that the First Amendment that we have in our Constitution, which is a concept that we think is mostly accepted in these other free countries, actually isn't.
Keneally did more to drum up publicity for a Conservative conference on the weekend than anyone else, smearing any other Conservative who dared to turn up and discuss politics with other Conservatives.
We get to Australia. We were not arrested, but we ran into Antifa, hundreds of Antifa protesters protesting us in Sydney, Australia.
Anybody who doesn't like a conservative is Antifa.
Only 200 protesters are expected today. You really must do better than that next year.
I went out to see it because I couldn't believe it. I thought Antifa was an American radicalized left-wing phenomenon. No, it's not. It's gone global.
What I'm really excited about what the American Conservative Union is doing is you're going to create relationships across borders between like-minded people.
You know, we are part of an international movement. Whatever our countries, we're fighting against these big globalist forces.
But everybody lining up and telling us that if we dared to vote for Brexit, plagues of black locusts would descend on our land. But it didn't matter. We voted Brexit, and then a few months later in America, despite the fact that on that very morning, the Huffington Post said that Hillary, the blessed Hillary, had a 98% chance of winning. And yet what happened? The Donald swept to victory. Who'd have believed that?
Some people have asked me, why is ACU getting involved in these international programs? We're the American Conservative Union, after all. We're not the International Conservative Union. The forces arrayed against us are growing faster than the alternative. You've got the George Soros billionaires and others who are funding these efforts. They don't like the idea of individual liberty. If we do not take this opportunity, freedom could be lost.
The whole world is watching. What does America do in 2020? It's not an American question. It's a question they're asking in all the major communities around the globe. We went to our third CPAC in Tokyo, Japan.
All these Asian leaders are coming to me saying, we have to have the U.S. leadership because collectively, we Asians cannot fight this on our own. If the U.S. stands alone, In this world, against socialist nations, we will lose.
Just as President Trump says, fake media is running rampant, especially here in Japan. Everything they say is a lie, and you really can't trust the news. And Japanese people don't really understand what's going on or why it's happening.
We think about the fact that our rights are slowly being eroded by runaway courts and by an increasingly radicalized and socialist...
What rights? That's what I want to know from any of these Republicans. What rights are being taken away from you? Because everything that the Democrats want to do is to expand rights for other people. The Equality Act expands rights for the LGBT community, looking to expand rights for a woman's right to choose what she wants to do with her own body, to expand access to health care. What is being taken away from conservatives?
Stops being America. That means that the future for their country is very dark, because what left-wing American presidents do through their foreign policy, they push the most radical parts of their agenda all over the globe.
Socialism and communism are about one thing only: power for the ruling class.
I fear the future of Japan is quite dangerous. Japan has gotten a little too used to peace. They're not prepared for what could happen if they don't wake up. There's going to be trouble.
You're going to have conversations that will improve understanding between different nations that don't even speak the same language. And Japan and America and countries like Australia and the UK, you know, these are the cornerstones of Western values and free markets.
We invited one of the Hong Kong protesters to address the audience, Andy Chan. When Andy left to go to the airport and when they went to board their plane, police arrested Andy because he was going to go to a CPAC in Tokyo.
As you all know, I was detained and arrested for riot when I departed to Japan. I'm now released without being charged and on bail. This is the second arrest I have encountered in a month.
They arrested him. That was shocking to me. I mean, first of all, what does CPAC matter that much? Why are these communists so afraid of letting someone simply give a speech?
ACU's founding charter, December 1964, is very clear of what we stand for and why. It includes opposing socialism everywhere we find it.
But I'm just one of the thousands who were arrested.
Again, if their issue is opposing socialism in the United States, why hasn't there been socialism when we've had unified control of government? Obama took office in 2008, had the House, the Senate, and the White House. Where was the socialism that we were expecting to take over the country? All Obama did during his presidency was create more jobs than any Republican president.
States, and specifically President Trump, to help them in their fight for democracy. Tonight, some prominent American conservatives are meeting them in the semi-autonomous territory.
This Hong Kong movement for democracy is something every American needs to pray for, needs to try to support, because the Chinese regime in Beijing...
Trump did nothing to help the people of Hong Kong, by the way. Nothing. Hong Kong lost their autonomy.
Main roads in Hong Kong this Sunday afternoon. At one end, protesters with umbrellas ready because of the tear gas which will be shot by police.
With the suppression that we're seeing from the Chinese communists towards these peaceful protesters, there was a genuine concern that Matt, Dan, and several other of the ACU staff would end up in jail.
We would hear people say, "I will die for freedom," and they meant it.
We're here to support you. I know.
This morning, anti-government protests in Hong Kong reaching a new level of violence.
Tens of thousands marched to the U.S. consulate pleading with President Trump to liberate Hong Kong. The American flag held high as the crowd sang America's national anthem.
Strong leadership coming from President Trump has put some of these regimes on the precipice.
So I'm reading reports now that this entire video, this montage, is a stalling tactic because Trump is late. And so, I mean, already you've seen Matt Schlapp take the stage to talk about how pretty the stage is. and they're clearly stalling for time. I'm not sure what time Trump is expected, although on Fox News, they predicted that Trump would be on stage at 4:50 Eastern. So that would be 40 minutes from now. But that was just one prediction from Fox News. We have no actual, obviously no one's going to release the actual information. So he might be there. He might be taking the stage momentarily. He might be taking the stage in a little while. What's clear is that CPAC has to release this montage here to try to buy themselves some time, because clearly the event wasn't important enough for the retiree in Mar-a-Lago to get there on time. So that's where we're at right now.
It makes you almost want to tear up. These are really important times.
Our last night in Hong Kong, this great patriot who stands for freedom, Jimmy Lai, invited us to his house.
And when we showed up at Jimmy's house, there were members of the media who were essentially communist spies from media outlets owned by the communist regime in Beijing. They were there to harass us, to make us feel unsafe.
Filming us as we were walking in, videotaping us, recording who we are, why we were there.
We had this conversation around the table. What's at stake? What are the chances that this comes out well for the people of Hong Kong? What are the chances that a Tiananmen Square?
Here's the irony of the Hong Kong situation is that they're claiming to want the preservation of democratic rule in Hong Kong, and yet these are the same people who subverted a free and fair election in the United States. So they can claim, because it's so far away and it's an easy platitude to spout, that we're for freedom in Hong Kong. The people of Hong Kong deserve their freedom, their liberty, their voice to be heard. And meanwhile, here in the United States, well, hold on. The people of Georgia shouldn't have a voice. The people of Pennsylvania shouldn't have a voice. People of Wisconsin and Michigan and Nevada shouldn't have a voice because they voted for the wrong guy. So everybody else can have a voice in the United States except for those 5 states because they didn't vote the right way. And so we're not going to count those votes. But hey, the people of Hong Kong deserve their voices to be heard, and they deserve their freedom.
Here in Minnesota, home to the only congressional delegation that makes Nancy Pelosi look moderate.
Today's September 11th, the 18th anniversary of September 11th, 2001.
Just in the backyard of where we stand today is a congresswoman who does not like America, who stands for Islamic radicalization. She's the one who said some people did something.
CARE was founded after 9/11 because they recognized that some people did something.
So we went up there on 9/11. We held an event called Some People Did Something.
They've convoluted the whole idea of September 11th and yet another shaming for what they see as racism.
You know the ironic thing about this, while they're complaining about September 11th, and by the way, I was living in New Jersey at the time. I remember my dad lived in Jersey City, super close to that. So this is, not something that anyway, what's ironic about that is that while we were losing a 9/11's worth of people every single day to coronavirus, everyone was applauding the Republican Party's handling of the outbreak, handling of their response to this virus. A 9/11's worth of people every single day, and you couldn't hear a word of dissent from the entire GOP. 3,000, 4,000 people dying every day, to the point where now we are well beyond 500,000 people. I believe this is the 3rd biggest mass casualty event in American history since the outset of this country. I believe only the 1917 pandemic and the Civil War were deadlier than this pandemic here. And yet all Republicans can do is applaud their response and double down.
We have the highest consumer confidence in history. These attacks, everything he's done and promised that we talked about, has already happened or is going to happen. I can't believe anyone in our country would not want to keep going down that path.
If Americans sit back and let a bunch of elites in Washington, D.C. or in their state capitals determine how they're going to live their lives, this whole American experiment is over.
you get this bubble that goes on there.
Yeah, that's what would end the American experiment. Not fomenting an insurrection at the Capitol where they try to subvert a free and fair election. That part's fine.
About Washington, D.C., New York, the Acela corridor.
Donald Trump couldn't find Ukraine on a map if you had the letter U and a picture of an actual physical crane next to it. The credulous boomer Rube demo that backs Donald Trump, that wants to think that Donald Trump's a smart one, and there, y'all elitists are dumb.
You can put half of Trump's supporters.
The irony of showing Rick Wilson to prove that Democrats are elitists is that Rick Wilson is a Republican. Like,
administration are either racist, steeped in religious beliefs, ignorant, or as my mother used to say, just plain dumb.
All those lines on the map.
Only them elitists know where Ukraine is. Do you think that
it's like, yeah, let's prove that Democrats are elitist by showing you a Republican.
Anyone who supports this is supporting racism.
The racist, sexist, homophobic.
Your math and your reading.
Yeah, you're reading your geography, knowing other countries, sipping your latte.
Xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it.
They really do look down their noses at least half of America. It's no wonder their ratings are in the tank.
You know what you can go do? I can't say that.
Elitist. Donald Trump lives at a country club. His favorite color is gold. He's a billionaire, or a purported billionaire. And yet, their line of attack is that Democrats are elitist?
Gathered at Corley Ranch to express their concerns about the current political climate.
We believe so strongly in ensuring that America stays strong, stays free, and doesn't turn into a socialist country.
It's nice to see like-minded people, because sometimes I feel like we're a little isolated.
Yeah. We're outnumbered.
Yes.
That's what you would think if you were watching the mainstream, or what people call the mainstream media.
The crowd completely understands the Trump phenomenon. Why? Because he's taken on the left and he's taken on the media lead. And he is willing to keep fighting for the American people.
You were there yesterday. Just came from Minnesota, and today we're kind of planting the flag in Nevada to say that this is a conservative country.
It's very different from the East Coast elites that we find so often. It's the rugged individualist. It's this John Wayne kind of attitude.
The East Coast elites, where do they think Donald Trump is from? Kansas? He lived in a gold tower on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan.
We joined with ACU to create the first ever CPAC West right here in Reno, Nevada, a swing county and a swing state. Not only is it important to Trump's reelect, it's important that Western libertarian values of individualism retain a strong foundation in our country and in our politics.
Bernie Sanders was in Denver the other day and said the same thing as Barack Obama, appealing to his crowd, his supporters. Help me transform America.
We will not only win this election, we will transform this country.
The envy of the free world, the greatest country on God's green earth.
I'm gonna go full screen on this and grab some water. So I'll be back in a
Change
moment.
it forever. That's what's at stake.
I'm a new conservative. I came to CPAC to meet other like-minded people who are completely supportive of the Constitution and Bill of Rights.
I had one wonderful woman come up to me here at CPAC West and literally said, I'm inspired. I want to take action. I want to do more. And that's what we need. For too long, the Democrats have been the ones to organize effectively. It's our turn now. It's our turn for conservatives to take that banner, to win in 2020.
Korea CPAC kicks off in Seoul, South Korea, and it's hosted by the American Conservative Union.
Just make the statement, CPAC South Korea, and think about it for a little bit.
South
Korea boasts the 4th largest economy in Asia, hence the nickname, the Korean Miracle. But South Korean President Moon Jae-in is on track to changing that. Moon, often accused of imposing Marxism on Korea, shows alarming simpatico for the communist policies of North Korea.
The threat of communism on the peninsula is growing, and this whole socialism threat that we have here in our country is really a problem in so many corners of the globe. CPAC, South Korea. I had to keep pinching myself. Are we really going to go right in the middle of all that and have a CPAC? And would anybody show up?
Korea CPAC concluded to a packed ballroom in Seoul's Grand Hyatt Hotel. Though 500 were expected for the debut event, more than 1,000 Koreans showed up, spilling into overflow space at the hotel.
They try to move towards socialism.
I'm here able to learn about the people in South Korea and the trials and tribulations that they have that are not so different in some sense from some of the things that we're seeing in the United States.
In South Korea or in 3 countries around the globe, political disagreements should never be criminalized.
What America's been facing for the last couple of years is what Korea is now facing for itself. It's a generational change. It is an inflection point of what kind of a life do you want to live. If you don't make your stand now, it may never come again.
People in Georgia are just as sick of the swamp as many of us in Washington who are fighting it. We've got to take our country back.
Georgia is mainly Republican, conservative, Christian, family value people. Democrats coming in from other states who don't live here with big money backers coming into our districts trying to edge us out.
When you think of Georgia, you think of it being a solidly red state. The fact is, our research shows that there's a real change happening in the state.
Congressman Doug Collins is doing a great job. He calls it like it is. He told us about all the shenanigans going on with the rules and the laws in Washington that the Democrats don't want to follow, and it's not right.
Georgia is now the 8th largest populous state in the country, and the fake news and liberal media keep saying we're a toss-up state.
Let me put it in Trump's terms. He's going to win bigly in Georgia this time.
The American Conservative Union, as long as I've been in Washington, has been the most important organization of the right in America, and in many ways, and this is important, in the world. On top of that, there are these regional meetings that it holds, such as this one here in Atlanta. I mean, this is incredible. And then all these international meetings, Tokyo, Seoul, Brazil, across the globe, they're everywhere.
Of course, the greatest thing about going to Brazil is just the spirit of the people. I mean, they want to sing, dance, chant, hug.
Our biggest message from America is the following. Number one, what you're doing in Brazil, you're giving us hope. Hopefully what we're doing in America is giving you hope. Number two, President Trump stood up in front of the UN and at the Congress, and in every speech he says, America will never embrace socialism.
Here is a very nice opportunity. Maybe it's the first time that the Brazilians
CPAC's chief organizer, Matt Schlapp, handed the former president a prime speaking slot, closing out the conference Sunday.
I like the fact that he wants to stay engaged. Now, you can say that he lost the election, but his supporters, 73 million.
Well, he did lose the election.
You can say that he lost the election, and
He did lose the election.
Yeah, but I'm not quibbling that.
But Schlapp insists Trump shouldn't be held responsible for the deadly insurrection.
He gave a speech, and then there was a violent insurrection at the Capitol. How is that not true?
You simply don't know what you're talking about.
That he was responsible in part for what happened.
If
Why can't you deal with that reality?
Oh, I deal with reality every day, and I even watch CNN, and I can be just fine with that. But if you believe somebody used inappropriate words to spur violence, and you can't come up with the words, then you're making stuff up. And you should stop it.
I'm not doing it. Liz Cheney did it. Mitch McConnell did it.
Look,
Kevin McCarthy did it. They did it. They said it.
If you want to highlight a handful of Republicans who voted for impeachment or conviction, it's certainly right. This is the First Amendment. You can pursue anything you want. You can't make up. You can't say there was some intent in someone's brain that they never said in words, and that resulted in some kind of violence. Give me the words, and then I have to deal with the fact that maybe somebody I like did something that I don't agree with. But when you make it up, give me one word they said.
Let me ask you one last final question.
Word.
Let me ask you one last final question.
Can you give me one word?
Well, it leads to my next question, which is, he peddled this lie that Joe Biden stole the election for weeks. He did it again in his speech on January 6th. Are you concerned about having the president back here at CPAC, where he's going to continue to say that the election was stolen from him, when that just isn't true?
Were there any illegal ballots cast in that election?
I suppose there might have been.
So how many?
But Bill Barr
So how
said,
many?
his own attorney general said not enough to overturn the results of the election.
Bill Barr, believe it or not, had no
court decision after court decision. He put 3 justices on the Supreme Court. They didn't agree with him.
You just told me that that's actually not right. You just told me that there was illegal voting in the last election. You don't know how many. Did you sit down with the team in Nevada? Let me finish. Did you sit down with the team in Nevada or Georgia, these states, and ever go through the binders of information that good patriotic Americans came up with?
But
did you ever talk
to overturn the results of the election?
How could you know that when you don't know the number? Are
Joe
you that
Biden
good
won
at
by
math?
7 million votes.
I love how
with
you're
306 electoral votes. How is it that there's just no way that that's
Well, what I'd like
possible?
you to do is to read Time Magazine and to read the New York Times and to read the Washington Post, where they're saying it's less than 100,000 votes that separated the two men electorally. And you just said that conservatives spurred violence, but you can't use any words. You admit that there's
I didn't say
illegal
all
voting.
conservatives, but
You
I said there were Trump
you
supporters
said
there
that
for
there's
sure.
illegal voting. You have no idea how much, but you are certain what the impact
Isn't
was.
this the big lie conference?
That's what the Nazis used to say. Jim, you're better than that. You're better than that.
You're comparing. You're
comparing me to a Nazi.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
saying
you
this
are.
is the big lie conference.
I love you, man. I'm glad
Do you feel
you're here.
responsible at all
I'm
for
glad
any
you're
of the
here, but you're
riots?
just wrong. You're just woefully wrong.
From the disinformation that CNN ran, do you feel responsible?
Be respectful.
Do you feel responsible?
Okay. Well, that was more stalling propaganda to compensate for the fact that we still don't have Donald Trump arriving yet. We expect, there's some on Fox News saying that they expect a 4:55 p.m. arrival. So for no reason, the thinking is that his speech will start over an hour late, for no reason. So that's what we're expecting right now. Again, it could be prior to that, it could be after. All I know is that they used every inch of footage that they could to stall. You know, I mean, when you start watching videos about CPAC South Korea, you know that they are just stretching into the outermost limits of what they've got. So hopefully we don't have to sit through and endure any more propaganda from CPAC in arbitrary countries around the world. It's bad enough that we have to watch it in this one. But again, moments away. It could be now. It could be We're hearing some reporting that it would be 20 minutes from now. So we'll see when Trump deigns to take the stage. In the meantime, it seems that Matt Schlapp and the rest of these Republicans at CPAC seem to be digging in their heels against this idea that Trump had incited the insurrection or that any lies were told whatsoever that could have fomented any violence. And so that's what you just had this interaction between Matt Schlapp and Jim Acosta over. I guess Matt Schlapp is the hill he's choosing to die on is that, in fact, everything that Trump did was perfectly acceptable. Nothing he said had incited the insurrection at all. Even though those very people who were present at the insurrection quite literally used Trump's words while they were breaking into the Capitol and said that they were fighting for Trump. To the police officers, to, the cameras, anybody that they can find. We're here on Donald Trump's orders. They even left when Donald Trump tweeted to leave. They said, he told us to leave, we can go now. The idea that they weren't operating specifically under his orders is just completely divorced from reality. Completely divorced from reality. Also, that this footage was not prepped to go because they actually had footage from CPAC, or I believe it was CPAC. I don't know. They had footage of Republicans in Georgia saying Donald Trump is going to win Georgia. Whew. I guess nobody did a quality control check before this footage was aired because Trump didn't exactly win Georgia. In fact, no Republicans won Georgia. Georgia flipped blue in the Senate and the White House. And now more stalling tactics while Trump continues to be a no-show here, and that is just random crowd shots of people just standing around. No audio, just crowd shots of people desperately pleading for their cult leader to return. Again, these people are all there, overwhelmingly favoring Trump, who is a guy that lost the popular vote by 7 million votes, allowed 5 states that he won in 2016 to flip blue. And that's who they're hinging their hopes on. 5 states that went red in 2016, flipped blue in 2020. He lost the Electoral College by the same margin that he himself called a landslide when Hillary Clinton lost by that margin in 2016. So for those just joining, we are waiting for Trump to finally grace us with his presence at CPAC. He is well over an hour late. I've just hit the 2-hour mark. So Trump is about an hour late now. Still waiting for him to come on. The latest reporting that we had was from Fox News, where there is a guess, a prediction that he'll start at 4:55. Okay, we just have reporting right now that he has arrived at CPAC. 50 minutes after his speech was set to begin, he has just arrived at CPAC this minute. Good news is we'll be able to get this over with sooner. The bad news is that we had to endure CPAC propaganda from everywhere, from Brazil to Australia. So apologies for that. But Trump has arrived at CPAC. He's over 50 minutes late, and we're waiting for him to take the stage here. Maybe he was busy tweeting. Again, I'll take this opportunity before Trump starts speaking. If you are not yet subscribed to my channel, if you could please subscribe. I do breaking news videos every day. I also do interviews. So I have an interview coming out tomorrow on my channel with Elizabeth Warren, where we specifically discuss the issue of barring Trump from running for office again using the 14th Amendment. So there were two trains of thought here where to move forward with the impeachment process, where we would need 2/3 of the House and Senate, 2/3 of the Senate to vote to convict him. We ultimately ended up falling about 10 votes short of that. So, but if we move forward with Article 3 of the 14th Amendment, that would require only a simple majority of both houses to ban Trump from holding federal office again after having incited an insurrection, because that's what that amendment deals with. And so I asked her specifically, Elizabeth Warren, why is the Senate going to move forward with a vote for that? And her answer for that was really interesting. So that video will be coming out tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. So if you're not subscribed to my channel and you want to find out what the deal is in the Senate with barring Trump from running for office again using the 14th Amendment, just subscribe to my channel, hit the notification bell, and you'll be notified when that interview comes out in the morning. That was a really informative interview to have. So again, that interview with Elizabeth Warren coming out tomorrow, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and you'll hear all about what the Senate Democrats are thinking in terms of putting forward the 14th Amendment that would bar Trump from holding federal office again. And for those just joining, we are 12 years. Donald Trump is 12 years late to this CPAC speech already. So he should be taking the stage any moment. I apologize for those who I've been saying this to for the last hour. I believed it. But then again, this wouldn't be the first time that the Republican Party has said one thing and done another while trying to convince you that something is going to happen that didn't. It's a metaphor, you see. But at least we do have confirmation now that Trump has arrived at CPAC, which I didn't know was a thing that we had to wait for. You would think that someone would have already arrived somewhere where they were slated to speak an hour ago, but here we are. I guess if we asked Trump like what he was doing, he would say what he's said the last few months, which is many calls and many meetings from early in the morning until late at night. Every day. What's on the president's schedule? Oh, many calls and many meetings from very early in the morning until very late at night. I'm a very busy president, and I'm busy presidenting. So for those just joining, we are expecting Trump any moment now. Yet again, he was supposed to take the stage about an hour ago at CPAC, where the theme is America Uncanceled. CPAC, by the way, had canceled one of their speakers earlier this week for posting anti-Semitic content. But other than that, everything is uncanceled, other than that one person that they did opt to cancel. So that's a very important distinction. Uncanceled except in instances where they did indeed cancel someone. Just the perfect amount of hypocrisy for CPAC. Another issue that I had with this, and this is, I apologize if you've heard this already, but this idea that during a global pandemic, during a jobs crisis, during an economic recession, during, let's say, if you live in the South, Texas, Louisiana, where you're contending with that devastating weather and storms and the failure of the power grid down there, amid all of those issues, that this Republican Party, who likes to pretend that it's some populist party, that it's some blue collar, blue jeans, working class party, that instead of focusing on the issues that actually impact people on the left and the right, that the theme of this conference, in one of like the worst years in American history, coming off of 2020 when we had so much horror befall us, that their issue that they're focusing on, their priority, is this idea of being canceled. Like the family of four in Appalachia is worried about being canceled. What is it, like 80% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency? And yet we're in the middle of a pandemic and a recession. And instead of focusing on any of that, these families are going to be worried about their Twitter accounts being censored? Like that's the issue facing these conservatives right now? Like that's the issue facing Americans right now? You claim that you're the party of working class Americans, and the issue that you're worried about is your Twitter accounts being taken away? And even worse than that, as if you needed something more out of touch than the Republican Party focusing on being canceled. If you needed one more example of something even worse than that, is this idea that they themselves had somebody canceled from their own event. Again, if you're just tuning in, moments away from Trump taking the stage, about an hour late, but we have confirmation that he's arrived at CPAC now, so we should be expecting him any second. Also on the issue of cancellation, like we've endured a decade now of Republicans trying to cancel Starbucks because like Jesus Christ himself wasn't placed on the Christmas cup. For like 10 years, we've been listening to the same whining about Starbucks and how conservatives shouldn't drink Starbucks because you didn't have the entire Bible printed out on a Starbucks coffee cup. I remember watching as people were parents off of their balconies, off of their roofs. Oh. Horrific. It's like 1959 planned this event. So anyway, after 10 years of canceling, trying to cancel anything that didn't adequately deify the religious right, well, suddenly cancel culture is bad when it impacts them, even though it's just the result of the free market at work, right? Like, this is capitalism. If you have a company that makes the conscious decision to align itself with a certain ideology or a certain party, then you deal with the consequences of that. Goya Foods, for example. Like, no one is saying that the government has to shut them down. This isn't them being legally canceled. This isn't communism. This isn't a government takeover of the supply chain. This is just the free market. This is exactly what capitalism is. This is, we as consumers have the right to decide where or where not to spend our money. That's capitalism. You have these people complaining about the disappearance of capitalism in the United States, the purported disappearance of capitalism. This is what capitalism is. I have the freedom to choose where I want to spend my money. And if I see a company like Hyatt, for example, that's hosting this event where they are so clearly perpetuating the big lie that the election was stolen through their speakers, through their panels, then I can make that conscious decision not to spend my money at a Hyatt. That's capitalism. That's the free market. So to claim that you don't like it is to claim that you don't like capitalism, right? Like, this is what capitalism is. But it doesn't square well with their aggrievement. And so they can label that, oh, that's socialism, that's communism, that's cancel culture. Anytime it doesn't work out for them because they've decided to align themselves with horrific views and viewpoints that are dangerous and that cause violence. But if you don't accept those viewpoints, well, then you're erasing them. You're censoring them. You're canceling them. Instead of just accepting responsibility for their own actions and their own rhetoric. Maybe the reason that they're being quote unquote canceled is because their rhetoric is horrific. Again, this isn't about policy differences. If these people were talking about, okay, we want a 21% corporate tax rate and the Democrats want a 30% corporate tax rate. If we don't think that people, if we believe in private insurance and Democrats want universal health care, that's one thing. But this isn't that. This is a party that is fundamentally opposed to democracy at their core, to the point where they would incite an insurrection at the Capitol, at the seat of democracy, where people were looking to assassinate the Speaker of the House and the Vice President. There's a difference. If you have a fundamental opposition to democracy, there is a difference than just a policy debate. And so if you're wondering why Democrats don't think that that the brands that associate themselves with that should get off scot-free, there's a reason why. And it didn't start. This is new in the sense that this rhetoric coming out of the GOP is not policy based. This is them showing their fundamental opposition to democracy. Okay, so if the earlier reporting was correct, we are about 7 minutes away from Trump taking the stage. Thanks to the people who've stuck with me the entire time. We are just over 2 hours now.
The 45th president of the United States.
And here's Donald Trump.
Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas.
Really is the world's most awkward human, standing there, arms hanging flat to his side while an entire song plays.
And New York to LA, well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Looks like they got the extended version of this song, so for the next 16 minutes we'll be standing here while Donald Trump does this.
To you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much, and hello, CPAC. Do you miss me yet? Do you miss me yet? A lot of things going on. To so many wonderful friends, conservatives, and fellow citizens in this room and all across our country, I stand before you today to declare that the incredible journey we begun together, we went through a journey like nobody else. There's never been a journey like it. There's never been a journey so successful. We began it together 4 years ago, and it is far from being over. We've just started. Our movement of proud, hard-working, and you know what this is? The hardest working people, hard-working American patriots, is just getting started. And in the end, we will win. We will win. We've been doing a lot of winning. As we gather this week, we're in the middle of a historic struggle for America's future, America's culture, and America's institutions, borders, and most cherished principles. Our security, our prosperity, and our very identity as Americans is at stake, like perhaps at no other time. So no matter how much the Washington establishment and the powerful special interests may want to silence us, let there be no doubt we will be victorious, and America will be stronger and greater than ever before.
Full teleprompter speech, just squinting his way through.
I want to thank my great friends, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Matt, thank you. Thank you. Mercedes, thank you very much. And the American Conservative Union for hosting this extraordinary event. They're talking about it all over the world, Matt. I know you don't like that, but that's okay. All over the world. I also want to pay my love and respect to the great Rush Limbaugh. Who is watching closely and smiling down on us. He's watching and he's loving it, and he loves Catherine. Catherine, thank you for being here. So great. Thank you, Catherine. He loved you, Catherine. I will tell you that. So fantastic. Thank you, Catherine, very much. To each and every one of you here at CPAC, I am more grateful to you than you will ever know. We are gathered this afternoon to talk about the future of our movement, the future of our party, and the future of our beloved country. For the next 4 years, the brave Republicans in this room will be at the heart of the effort to oppose the radical Democrats, the fake news media, and their toxic cancel culture. Something new to our ears, cancel culture. And I want you to know that I'm going to continue to fight right by your side. We will do what we've done right from the beginning, which is to win. We're not starting new parties. You know, they kept saying, he's going to start a brand new party. We have the Republican Party. It's going to unite and be stronger than ever before. I am not starting a new party. That was fake news. Fake news, no. Wouldn't that be brilliant? Let's start a new party and let's divide our vote so that you can never win. No, we're not interested in that. No, we have tremendous, Mr. McLaughlin just gave me numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. More popular than anybody. That's all of us. It's all of us. Those are great numbers. And I want to
Except he just lost an election by 7 million votes.
I came here and he was giving me 95%, 97%, 92%. I said, they're great, and I want to thank everybody in this room and everybody all throughout the country, throughout the world, if you want to really know the truth. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. We will be united and strong like never before. We will save and strengthen America, and we will fight the onslaught of radicalism, socialism, and indeed, it all leads to communism once and for all. That's what it leads to. You'll be hearing more and more about that as we go along, but that's what it leads to. You know that. We all knew that the Biden administration was going to be bad, but none of us even imagined just how bad they would be and how far left they would go. He never talked about this. We would have those wonderful debates. He would never talk about this. We didn't know what the hell he was talking about, actually.
Remember, the guy that he's making fun of right now beat him by 7 million
votes.
votes.
All lies. Talked about energy. I said, you know, this guy actually, he's okay with energy. He wasn't okay with energy. He wants to put you all out of business. He's not okay with energy. He wants windmills, the windmills that don't work when you need them. Joe Biden has had the most disastrous first month of any president in modern history. That's true. Already the Biden administration has proven that they are anti-jobs, anti-family, anti-borders, anti-energy, anti-women, and anti-science. In just one short month, we have gone from America first to America last. If you think about it, right? America last. There's no better example than the new and horrible crisis on our southern border. We did such a good job. It was all worked. Nobody's ever seen anything like we did, and now he wants it all to go to hell. When I left office just 6 weeks ago, we had created the most secure border in U.S. history. We had built almost 500 miles of great border wall. That helped us with these numbers because once it's up, you know, they used to say a wall doesn't work. Well, you know what I've always said? Walls and wheels, those are two things that will never change. The wall has been amazing. It's been incredible, and little sections of it to complete. They don't want to complete it. They don't want to complete little sections in certain little areas. They don't want to complete, but it's had an impact that nobody would have even believed. It's amazing considering that the Democrats' #1 priority was to make sure that the wall would never, ever get built, would never, ever happen, would never get financed. We got it financed. We ended catch and release, ended asylum fraud, and brought illegal crossings to historic lows. When illegal aliens trespass across our borders, they were promptly caught, detained, and sent back home. And these were some rough customers. I want to tell you, some rough customers were entering our country. It took the new administration only a few weeks to turn this unprecedented accomplishment into a self-inflicted humanitarian and national security disaster. By recklessly eliminating our border, security measures, controls, all of the things that we put into place, Joe Biden has triggered a massive flood of illegal immigration into our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. They're coming up by the tens of thousands. They're all coming to take advantage of the things that he said that's luring everybody to come to America. And we're one country. We can't afford the problems of the world as much as we'd love to. We'd love to help, but we can't do that. So they're all coming because of promises and foolish words. Perhaps worst of all, Joe Biden's decision to cancel border security has single-handedly launched a youth migrant crisis that is enriching child smugglers, vicious criminal cartels, and some of the most evil people on the planet. You see it every day. Just turn on the news. You'll see it every day. Under my administration, we stopped the child smugglers. We dismantled the criminal cartels. We greatly limited drug and human trafficking to a level that nobody actually thought was possible, and the wall helped us a lot. And we protected vulnerable people from the ravages of dangerous predators, and that's what they are, dangerous, dangerous predators. But the Biden administration has put the vile coyotes back in business, and it has done so in a very, very big way. Under the new administration, catch and release has been restored. Can you imagine? We work so hard. Catch, you know what that is. You catch them, you take their name. They may be killers, they may be rapists, they may be drug smugglers. You take their name and you release them into our country. We did the opposite. We not only didn't release them, we had them brought back to their country. Illegal immigrants are now being apprehended and released along the entire southern border, just the opposite of what it was 2 months ago. They weren't coming because they couldn't get in. Once they think they can get in, they're coming, and they are coming at levels that you haven't even seen yet. By the hundreds of thousands, by the millions they'll be coming. The Biden administration is now actively expediting the admission of illegal migrants, enabling them to lodge frivolous asylum claims and admitting them by the thousands and thousands and thousands a day, crowded together in unsanitary conditions despite the ongoing economic and public health crisis, COVID-19, or as I call it, the China virus.
Now he's worried about the conditions brought forward by COVID-19. The guy who let it explode throughout the country.
There's no double masks. That was a new one that came out 2 weeks ago. First, Fauci said, you don't need masks, no good, no. Then all of a sudden he wanted, now he wants double masks.
Fauci said that in March, when there was a shortage for healthcare workers.
No, nothing. They're together, and it's sad, actually, and it's sad for them, and it's sad for our country. What the Biden administration is doing to push young migrants into the hands of human traffickers and coyotes is dangerous, immoral, and indefensible. Hard to believe it's happening. Biden has failed in his number one duty as chief executive, enforcing America's laws. This alone should be reason enough for Democrats to suffer withering losses in the midterms and to lose the White House decisively 4 years from now. Actually, as you know, they just lost the White House, but it's one of those things. But who knows? Who knows? I may even decide to beat them for a third time, okay? Beat them for a third time.
Again, this is a guy who just lost the last election.
Joe Biden defunded the border wall and stopped all future construction, even on small open sections that just needed to be finished up. Routine little work, it's already been bought. Wait till the contractors get to them and they say, no, it costs us much more money not to finish the small section than if we finished it. That's going to be nice. Wait till you see those bills start pouring in. He revoked the executive order cracking down on deadly sanctuary cities. He has effectively ordered a shutdown of ICE, halting virtually all deportations. Everyone, murderers, everybody, no more. Let's not deport people. And restricting our law enforcement professionals, and they are great professionals. You have many of them represented here today, from conducting almost any immigration enforcement of any kind. The Biden policy of releasing criminals into the U.S. interior is making America into a sanctuary nation where criminals, illegal immigrants, including gang members and sex offenders, are set free into American communities.
Not true.
They have no idea who's coming up. And remember, with the caravans, these countries, not only the three of them, but many, many countries all over the world, they're not giving us their best and their finest because they're intelligent. They're not.
It's just like a reprise of 2016. The exact same sentences.
I said that a long time ago when I made the first remarks, when I came down the escalator with our great future First Lady, who says hello, who loves you as much as I love you. But I said that a long time ago, and we turned out to be 100% correct. Biden's radical immigration policies aren't just illegal. They're immoral, they're heartless, and they are a betrayal of our nation's core values. It's a terrible thing that's happening.
Yeah, the kids in cages couldn't be reached for comment.
The Republican Party must hold Joe Biden and the Democrats accountable. They ripped up the diplomatic agreements we negotiated with Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador to shut down illegal immigration. You know, they got a fortune. They got paid $500 million a year. When I came into office, those countries were refusing to take back illegal alien gang members, including MS-13, the most vicious, probably of them all. No matter where you go in the world, MS-13, they do things that even the worst don't think about. So I asked, how much do we pay these countries? How much do we pay them? Sir, we pay them approximately $500 million a year. It's a lot of money. I mean, it's peanuts compared to the way other countries rip us off, but that's a lot of money. I said, okay, we aren't going to pay them anymore because they wouldn't take back the criminals. And this was true with the Obama administration. It was true for many, many years. So we'd catch a murderer, we'd want to bring him back to Guatemala or Honduras.
So far, this entire thing has been xenophobic fear-mongering from the very beginning.
They wouldn't let the plane land. Would bus them in, they wouldn't let the buses get anywhere near the border. And I said, we're not going to pay them anymore. So after I said that, and I stopped payment, you know, like a term that we use in the world of business, let's stop payment. So we stopped payment. They were delinquent. We stopped payment. And they very quickly came to the table and we made a deal, very quick deal. We still kept the money. We still didn't pay because, but we made a deal. And when illegal aliens came across our border, they were rapidly deported and lovingly accepted by those countries from where they came. And it worked out great. So now they accept the people. And then we ultimately got along very well with those countries, those three countries, and many countries throughout the world because they respected us again. They didn't respect us. They couldn't believe what they were getting away with. But now Joe Biden has wrecked this great deal, wrecked it. And they're already doing what they were doing before, and they're taking the money. And that's just a small portion of what's going on. To top it all off, the Biden people are pushing a bill that would grant mass amnesty for millions of illegal aliens while massively expanding chain migration. That's where you come in and everybody comes in.
What does Melania think of that, of chain migration? Maybe we should ask her parents. How did they get here again?
They come in so easily, so crazy, so crazy. It even requires that the U.S. government provide illegal border crossers with taxable funded lawyers. Anybody need a good lawyer? You can't have one. They get the lawyers. They're probably very good, too. The Democrat immigration bill is a globalist You take a look at the corporatists. Big tech attack on hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And Republicans must ensure that it never is allowed to become federal law, which is what they want to do. We must stand tall in the party. We have to do this. We have to stand tall as the party for law-abiding Americans and others when they're in our country. Border security is just one of the many issues on which the new administration has already betrayed the American people. He didn't talk about this stuff. I debated him. He wasn't talking about this. What he signed with those executive orders, they weren't things that were discussed. We didn't know all about him and the press because they're fake news. They're the biggest fakers there are. But
you can see when he goes off script that he just tries to string words together that don't exactly hit the mark.
Questions, and when I asked the questions on television, on the debate, Chris Wallace in this case and others refused to let him answer. They refused to let him answer the questions. Maybe we could have found something, or if the media did its job, which they don't. Their callous indifference to working families is equally clear when it comes to the critical matter of getting America's children back to school.
You know what a good way to get people to go to school would be? Not letting the virus explode throughout this country. That would be a good way to keep kids in school.
Terrible. Terrible. The Biden administration is actually bragging about the classroom education they are providing to migrant children on the border, while at the same time millions of American children are having their futures destroyed by Joe Biden's anti-science school closures. Think of it. We're educating students on the border, but our own people, the children of our citizens themselves, are not getting the education that they deserve. There's no reason whatsoever why the vast majority of young Americans should not be back in school immediately.
Other than the small issue of the deadly pandemic that's killed 500,000 people.
To not have that choice is because Joe Biden sold out America's children to the teachers' unions. His position is morally inexcusable, you know that. Joe Biden has shamefully betrayed America's youth, and he is cruelly keeping our children locked in their homes. No reason for it whatsoever. They want to get out. They're cheating the next generation of Americans out of the future that they deserve, and they do deserve this future. They're going to grow up, and they're going to have a scar. It's a scandal of the highest order and one of the most craven acts by any president in our lifetimes. It's the teachers' union. It's the votes. And it shouldn't happen. And nobody has more respect for teachers than I do. And I'll bet you a lot of the people within that union, they agree with everything I'm saying. Even the New York Times is calling out the Democrats. The mental and physical health of these young people is reaching a breaking point. Tragically, suicide attempts have skyrocketed, and student depression is now commonplace and at levels that we've never seen before. The Democrats now say we have to pass their $1.9 trillion boondoggle to open schools, but a very small part of it has to do with that. You know where it's going. It's going to bail out badly run Democrat cities, so much of it. But billions of dollars for schools remain unspent from the COVID relief bills that were passed last year. So on behalf of the moms, dads, and children of America, I call on Joe Biden to get the schools open and get them open now. It'd be a great thing to do. When I left office, and we're very proud of this because this was something that they said could not be done. The FDA
yes.
said it, everybody said it.
We've
Any
never
article
seen
you read
anything
said
like
it couldn't
this.
be done. It would be years and years. I handed the new
Impossible.
administration what everyone is now calling a modern-day medical miracle. Some say it's the greatest thing to happen in hundreds of years, hundreds of years. Two
Many
vaccines
people.
produced in record time with numerous others on the way, including the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that was approved just yesterday. And therapeutic relief also. If you're sick, we have things now that are incredible. What has taken place over the last year under our administration. It would have taken any other president at least 5 years, and we got it done in 9 months. Everyone says
Yes, it would have taken any other president years to hit 500,000 deaths. They got it done in just one.
Can you imagine if you had to go through what all of the countries of the world who are now getting the vaccine or soon will be getting it from various companies, but can you imagine if all of those countries had to go through what they've been going through over the last year? You'd lose hundreds of millions of people. I pushed the FDA like they have never been pushed before. They told me that loud and clear. They have never been pushed like I pushed them. I didn't like them at all. But once we got it done, I said, I now love you very much. What the Trump administration has done with vaccines has, in many respects, perhaps saved large portions of the world, not only our country, but large portions of the world.
Yeah,
Not only did we push
lifesaver.
the FDA far beyond what the bureaucrats wanted to do, we also put up billions and billions of dollars, 10 billion, to produce the vaccines before we knew they were going to work. It was called a calculated bet or a calculated risk. We took a risk because if we didn't do that, you still wouldn't have the vaccines. You wouldn't have them for a long time. So think of that. We took this bet. We made a bet because we thought we were on a certain track. But you'd be starting to make them right now. It'd be a long time before you ever saw them. It takes 60 to 100 days to manufacture and inspect new doses. And that means that 100% of the increased availability that we have now was initiated by our administration. 100%. In fact, the director of National Institutes of Health, Francis Collins, he's Fauci's boss, actually. I think he's a Democrat, too, by the way, recently said that our Operation Warp Speed was absolutely breathtaking and that the Trump administration deserves full credit, which we do.
Breathtaking, like in a ventilator sense?
And as conservatives and Republicans, never forget that we did it. Never let them take the credit because they don't deserve the credit. They just followed now, they're following our plan, but this has been something that they really call it an absolute miracle. Joe Biden is only implementing the plan that we put in place, and if we had an honest media, which we don't, they would say it loud and clear. By the time I left that magnificent house at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, almost 20 million Americans had already been vaccinated. 1.5 million doses were administered on my final day alone. 1.5 million in a day. Yet Biden said just a few days ago that when he got here, meaning the White House, there was no vaccine. He said, there's no vaccine? Oh, good.
I didn't say
that.
that.
Say it again, Joe. Now, I don't think he said that, frankly, in a malicious way. I really don't. I actually believe he said that because he didn't really know what the hell was happening. But never let them forget this was us. We did this. And the distribution is moving along according to our plan. And it's moving along really well. We had the military, what they've done, our generals and all of the people, what they've done is incredible. But remember, you know, we took care of a lot of people, including, I guess, on December 21st, we took care of Joe Biden because he got his shot. He got his vaccine. He forgot. It shows you how unpainful that vaccine shot is. So everybody go get your shot. He forgot. So it wasn't very traumatic, obviously, but he got his shot. And it's good that he got his shot. Last year, I predicted to you that the extremism, corruption, and incompetence of the Biden administration would be literally unprecedented in American history. Unfortunately, he has proven me 100% right. Already, as president, Biden has urged Congress to pass legislation shredding your Second Amendment. Your Second Amendment is in far bigger trouble than you know, and for 4 years I fought like hell to save your Second
Biden called for background checks, which the majority of gun owners also agree with.
We saved it. He signed an order to conduct politically correct far-left indoctrination trainings in every department of the federal government, including the U.S. military, after I had terminated these horrible things that were being preached to our military. And he wants it to go forward. It's insane. Within his first few hours, Biden eliminated our national security travel bans on nations plagued by terrorism. His first priority was to open our borders to unvetted travelers from Libya, Yemen, Syria, Somalia, and many other countries where strict vetting cannot occur. Countries that have tremendous problems, countries with tremendous terrorism problems. We did a travel ban. It was a real achievement. We told those countries, sorry, straighten out your act. We don't want people coming in where they had an ideology or a problem. We just couldn't have it. And it was incredible. How it worked was incredible. And he terminated it. We had to get it approved. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. We got it approved, and he terminates it. In addition, he's already increased refugee admissions by nearly 10 times, but in effect, it'll soon be hundreds of times as millions of people flow up through our soon-to-be open borders. And by the way, the Border Patrol and ICE, these are some of the great heroes of our country. These are incredible people. I got to know them very well. Your family still cannot go out to eat at local restaurants, but Joe Biden is bringing in thousands upon thousands of refugees from all over the world, people that nobody knows anything about. We don't have crime records. We don't have health records. What are they bringing in with them? When I left office, we had virtually ended the endless wars. These endless wars, they go on forever. They go on forever. I would go to Dover and I would see caskets, coffins coming in. I'd see the parents and the wives and the husbands. I would see the kids. Endless wars, 19 years in Afghanistan. We have it down to almost nothing left, and I hear they might want to go back in. Iraq. Remember I used to say, don't go in, but if you're going to go in, keep the oil. Well, we went in and we didn't keep the oil. We had made historic peace deals in the Middle East, like nobody thought were even possible. With not a drop of bloodshed. And by the way,
he secured normalization of relations of countries that weren't fighting.
Has been killed in Afghanistan in over a year. Think of that. Not one. Those troops have largely come home. At the same time, the new administration unilaterally withdrew our crippling sanctions on Iran, foolishly giving away all of America's leverage before negotiations have even begun. Leave the sanctions, negotiate. Does anybody understand what I'm saying here? Are there any good business people? You don't have to be a good, are there any bad business people? They took off the sanctions. They took off the sanctions. They said, well, we're going to not have any sanctions. Let's negotiate a deal. I don't know, Matt Schlapp. I don't think you would have done that. Do you think so, Matt? I don't think so. Mercedes wouldn't have. No, you do that, you make a deal, and then you do it. They wanted, I will tell you something, and I said it. Had we had a fair election, the results would have been much different, and we would have had a deal. We would have had a deal with Iran within the first week. They wanted those sanctions off. He took them off for nothing, for nothing. Now you watch how tough they negotiate. In another horrendous surrender, he agreed to get back into the World Health Organization for approximately $500 million a year, which is what we were paying. When I withdrew from the WHO, and you know the whole story with that, they called it badly. They really are puppets for China. They called and they wanted us to stay in. I said, how much are we paying? Approximately $500 million. How much is China paying? A much larger in terms of population country. Sir, they're paying $39 million. I said, why are we paying $500 million and they're paying $39? I could tell you why, because the people that made the deal are stupid, that's why. So, and I had no idea how popular it was. I didn't even know if I would be able to politically, because people were so happy when I did get out. But I said, so if we went in, we could get it for $39 million, which is what China, not $500 million, which is what we were stupidly paying. And they said, we can make a deal. We want you to go in. We can make a deal. Okay, and I decided not to do it. But we could have had it for $39. We could have had it for the same as China. And they decide now to go back into the World Health Organization and pay $500 million. What the hell is wrong with them? No, this is just emblematic. It's a tremendous amount of money, but compared to trillions, it's not, but it's a tremendous amount of money. Why would China pay $39 million and we're paying almost $500 million? Why? So we could have made the same deal that China had, $39 million, and they just say, we're going back in. We're going back into the World Health Organization. They go back in, they pay $500. It is so sad. Just like the Iran and the World Health Organization, Joe Biden put the United States back into the very unfair and very costly Paris Climate Accord without negotiating a better deal.
Paris Climate Agreement doesn't cost anything.
I'll tell you, they wanted us. I was getting called from all of the countries. You must come back into the Paris Accord. I said, tell me why. Give me one good reason. First of all, China doesn't kick in for 10 years. Russia goes by an old standard, which was not a clean standard, and other countries. But we get hit right from the beginning. It would have cost us hundreds of thousands and millions of jobs. It was a disaster. But they go back in. I could have made an unbelievable deal and gone back in, but I didn't want to do that. Surrendering millions of jobs and trillions of dollars to all of these other countries, almost all of them, that were in the deal. So they have favorable treatment. We don't have favorable treatment, and we just said, we're going back in. To go back in, they wanted us so badly. You could have negotiated. If you wanted to go back in, which frankly, we have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and everything else that we've ever had, so I don't know why we have to. And what good does it do when we're clean, but China's not, and Russia's not, and India's not? So they're pouring fumes. You know, the world is actually a small piece of the universe, right? They're pouring fumes, and we're trying to protect everything and building products for 3 times more than is necessary. No, they could have made a great deal. If they were going to go back in, that's fine. But they could have made a great deal instead of just say, we're back in. These people. And in one of his first official acts, which was incredible because, again, he talked about energy. He never said he was going to do this. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying not the 8,000 or the 9,000 or the 11,000 jobs that you hear, but 42,000 great-paying jobs on just about day one, right?
Keystone XL pipeline had 10,000 projected jobs that the company itself projected. The permanent jobs were somewhere like between 35 and 42 permanent jobs.
It's not a topic of conversation, remember? Fracking, you can frack. Oh, we love fracking. During the primary, no fracking. As soon as he got through that, he said, no, of course, everybody can frack, no fracking. You wait till you see what happens with your gasoline, wait till you see what happens, and we cannot let this stuff continue to go on. One of my proudest accomplishments as president was to make America energy independent. The United States became the #1 energy superpower on earth. #1. Became #1. Bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia by a lot. We left them all in the dust. They were all in the dust. But if the Democrats have their way, we are heading from energy dominance to energy disaster. That's what's happening. You have to see what's going on. Everything's being closed up. It's a disaster. The blackouts we saw in California last summer and all the time, and the windmill calamity that we're witnessing in Texas. Great state of Texas. We love Texas. But it's so sad when you look at it. That'll just be the start. How bad is wind power? So I talk about it all the time at CPAC, right? We went to CPAC, remember last, I said, we're going to watch the president. Well, Alice, the wind isn't blowing. I don't believe we'll have any electricity. Remember, we would kid, but I wasn't actually kidding. It's such an expensive form of energy. It's so bad for the environment. It kills the birds. It destroys the landscapes. And remember, these are structural columns with fans on them. They wear out, and when they wear out all over the country, you see them. Nobody takes them down. They're rotting. They're rusting. How this is environmentally good for our country, and it costs many, many times more than natural gas, which is clean. It costs many more and can fuel our great factories. Wind can't do that. And solar, I love solar, but it doesn't have the capacity to do what we have to do to make America great again. Sorry, it just doesn't have it.
Didn't he have 4 years to make America great again?
Policies. The price of gasoline has already surged 30% since the election, and will go to $5, $6, $7, and even higher. So enjoy that when you go to the pump, and they'll say, that'll be about $200 to fill up your van. You'll go to the, remember they used to go to the little small vans? They got away from the big ones that everybody wanted. They went to the small ones. Well, you know what? Probably a good investment as long as these guys have their say, because, you know, it's a shame what's happening. Energy prices are going to go through the roof, and that includes your electric bills. That includes any bill having to do with energy, our biggest cost. We will now be relying on Russia and the Middle East for oil. And they talk about Russia, Russia, Russia. What's better than what this guy's done for Russia? I had oil where they were actually paying you to take it, okay? You know, that was a little, remember they were going to give you $37 a barrel, but you had to take it away. You had free oil almost for a period of time, and one way I was proud of it, but we also had to save the energy industry, and it worked out well. And I dealt with Russia and Saudi Arabia, and they cut back on production, and we got it back up. But now it's going the opposite, because now they're taking this incredible energy independence away from the people of our country, and you're going to see costs go like you have never seen them go before. It's a very sad and very stupid thing that they're doing. The Biden policies are a massive win for other oil-producing countries and a massive loss for the United States and our great citizens. Joe Biden and the Democrats are even pushing policies that would destroy women's sports. A lot of new records are being broken.
Looks like their crowd is about as bored as I am.
Got a lot of new records. They're being shattered. You know, for years, the weightlifting, every ounce is like a big deal for many years. All of a sudden, somebody comes along and beats it by 100 pounds. Boom, boom. Now, young girls and women are incensed that they are now being forced to compete against those who are biological males. It's not good for women. It's not good for women's sports, which worked so long and so hard to get to where they are. The records that stood for years, even decades, are now being smashed with ease. Smashed. If this is not changed, women's sports, as we know it, will die. They'll end. It'll end. What coach, if I'm a coach, you know, I want to be a great coach. What coach, as an example, wants to recruit a young woman to compete if her record can easily be broken by somebody who was born a man. Not too many of those coaches around, right? If they are around, they won't be around long because they're going to have a big problem when their record is, we're 0-16, but we're getting better. No, I think it's crazy. I think it's just crazy what's happening. We must protect the integrity of women's sports. So important. Have to. And I don't even know, is that controversial? You know, somebody said, well, that's going to be very controversial. I said, that's okay. You haven't heard anything yet.
He's like, I promise you, I'll be more of an asshole. Just wait.
Nothing less than, they've been a catastrophe for American workers and for American families. The task of our mission, and for us, it's our movement. As I said, a movement like has never been seen, I think we can probably say, never been seen anywhere in the world. I mean, nobody's ever seen a movement like this. I'd grow up and I'd watch somebody who came in second in New Hampshire, or first in Iowa, and that was the end, and they became famous for the rest of their lives. We won the election twice. I mean, you know, think about it. Twice. The task for our movement and our party is to stand up to this destructive agenda with confidence and with resolve. The future of the Republican Party is as a party that defends the social, economic, and cultural interests and values of working American families of every race, color, and creed. That's why the party is growing so rapidly and is becoming a different party. And it's becoming a party of love. You have to see outside the streets. I mean, there's such love. The flags. Amazing.
Ah, yes. If you think of compassion, you think of this Republican Party. Nothing like the compassion for those 500,000 Americans who died, the kids who were separated from their parents at the border, the 20 million Americans whose health insurance was nearly ripped away when Trump tried to rescind the ACA.
And there are, as you probably heard a little while ago, I mean, there's more spirit now than there's ever been, including even before the election. More spirit now than we've ever seen, because people are seeing how bad it can be. And again, I want to thank Rush and Catherine, because what he did to get the word out has been incredible. Some people are irreplaceable, as Sean Hannity would say, and he said Rush is irreplaceable. But his spirit lives on, and that's something that we need and we love. Republicans believe that the needs of every citizen must come first. In fact, America must come first. We don't put it first. They don't put it first. Over the past 4 years, my administration delivered for Americans of all backgrounds like never before. Like never before. We built the strongest economy in the history of the world, raised wages, and achieved the lowest African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment rates ever recorded. It was so great for everybody of all backgrounds that even after the China virus, we are leading the world. Nobody's even close. We're leading it in the comeback. Our economic comeback has been incredible. That's because the financial and economic foundation we built was so strong that unlike other countries who are having a hard time, we didn't break. We came roaring back, and now our stock market and your 401ks are, again, at record levels, higher than ever before, actually. Many people have asked, what is Trumpism? A new term being used more and more. I'm hearing that term more and more. I didn't come up with it. But what it means is great deals, great trade deals, great ones, not deals where we give away everything, our jobs, our money. Like the USMCA replacement of the horrible NAFTA. NAFTA was one of the worst deals ever made, probably the worst trade deal ever made. And we ended it. You know, a lot of people forget. We ended it. Now we have the USMCA, Mexico, Canada. It's incredible.
Which they also call NAFTA 2.0.
Fantastically. Did you see grain prices and grain sales are at an all-time high? Wheat, all-time high. So many elements of farms and farmers, and they love me. And remember, it's going to be very close in Iowa. Well, it wasn't close. We won in a landslide, Iowa, because our farmers know, and they put up with it, and we did a lot of work with the tariffs and all these things that we had to do to get it, and now the farmers are doing great, but they're setting records. It means low taxes and eliminating job-killing regulations, Trumpism. It means strong borders, but people coming into our country based on a system of merit, so they come in and they can help us, as opposed to coming here and not being good for us, including criminals, of which there are many. It means no riots in the streets. It means law enforcement. It means very strong protection for the Second Amendment and the right to keep and bear arms. It means support for the forgotten men and women who have been taken advantage of for so many years, and they were doing great. They were doing great before that horrible thing from China came in and hit us, and now they're starting to do really well again. You know, if you think about it, we built the economy twice. We built it then, and then like every other country in the world, it went down, and then we built it again. Now it's higher in many ways, certainly in the stock market. It's higher in many ways than it was
Only
before.
in the
That's
stock
because
market.
of the foundation. And no country comes even close to competing.
We still haven't gotten all the jobs that were lost.
And it means a strong military and taking care of our vets, but a strong military, which we have totally rebuilt. We have rebuilt it. And our military has never been stronger than it is today. It was tired, it was depleted, it was obsolete, and now we have the best brand new equipment ever made. And it was all produced right here in the USA. Isn't that nice? And we take care of our vets. You know, we had a poll recently, just before leaving office. The vets had a 91% approval rating for the way we took care of them. That's the highest number in the history of the polls. The vet polls. On top of all of that, we have even created the Space Force, the first new branch of the United States military in nearly 75 years. The mission of the Democrat Party is to promote socialism. They want to promote socialism, ultimately leading, unfortunately, to communism. And that will happen. If you look at Venezuela, you look at some of these countries, that's why some of our biggest supporters are from South America, Latin America, because they've seen what goes on with all of this cancel culture, and you can't speak, and let's cut them off, and let's not give them words. The mission of our movement and of the Republican Party must be to create a future of good jobs, strong families, safe communities, a vibrant culture, and a great nation for all Americans, and that's what we're creating. Their party is based upon unvarnished disdain for America, its past, and its people. You see that happening. It's horrible the way they treat the legacy of our country, the culture of our country. Our party is based on love for America and the belief that this is an exceptional nation blessed by God. We take great pride in our country. We teach the truth about history. We celebrate our rich heritage and national traditions.
Literally every word coming out of his mouth is a lie.
Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, and all national heroes. And of course, we respect our great American flag.
Dear God, way too many lies to even keep on top of. Hopefully this is coming to an end, though.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The last time the flag was used at a Trump rally, it was used to bludgeon a police officer to death at the Capitol. Remember that. That's how much they respect the flag. It was used to to bludgeon a police officer at the Capitol.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So nice. I started that hearing. We really were getting word of that, hearing that during some of the rallies, especially the latter rallies where we set records. We had 56 unbelievable packed rallies, and nobody's ever had anything like we had. And we started hearing, "We love you." And I asked somebody, you know, because we really liked Ronald Reagan, right? He was a great president. We had others. But I said, did anybody ever say that to Ronald Reagan or to any of our great? And to the best of all of these political professionals' knowledge and pollsters, nobody's ever heard that chant before, Matt. So it's an honor. Believe me, it's an honor. It's a great honor. That's a great honor. You know, when you think about "we love you," you're saying that about, I hate to say it, am I a politician? I don't know. Maybe I'm a politician. I hate to admit it, but it's an honor that you would say it. We believe in patriotic education and strongly oppose the radical indoctrination of America's youth. It's horrible. We are committed to defending innocent life and to upholding the Judeo-Christian values of our founders and of our founding.
This doesn't actually mean anything. It's just platitudes being put forward.
And we reject left-wing lunacy, and in particular,
there's no actual policy positions. They don't stand for anything other than, like, we stand for the flag and freedom and patriotism. America first, freedom first. It doesn't actually mean anything, and then these people just cheer for it.
And we affirm that the Constitution means exactly what it says, as written.
We agree with the Constitution. This is the guy who tried to subvert the Constitution by anointing himself the president after losing the election.
Frankly, we believe in law and order, and we believe that the men and women of law enforcement are heroes who truly deserve our absolute support. We don't defund the police. We are not defunding the police.
His fans at January 6th killed a cop.
China shutting down outsourcing, bringing back our factories and supply chains, and ensuring that America, not China, dominates the future of the world. That's what's going to happen. And by the way, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. During my administration, they never gave us 10 cents. It was a one-way street. We took in hundreds of billions, and during negotiations, they would say, look, the one thing, we don't want any more of these tariffs. Those tariffs, we took in so much money. And what happened is
Americans paid for the tariffs. That's how tariffs work. The consumer pays the tariffs.
They build a lot of it back in our country. They would make it here instead. And in addition to that, we were taking in billions and billions and billions of dollars from China. But in all fairness to China, we made a trade deal with them. This was prior to COVID. Once COVID happened, I no longer cared so much about the trade deal because what happened with that was just disgraceful. But that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons that right now our farmers are doing so good. I used to tell China, look, go and get a lot of wheat, get a lot of different things, all of the things we just talked about. You better go out and do it because this country has not been treated fairly by you for many, many years, many, many years. We used to lose $504 billion trade deficit with China. $504 million a lot, right? You know that through the World Health Organization. Now take $504 million, make it $504 billion. We had deficits with China. It was absolutely insane that this could keep going on. It's amazing that you still have a country left. The people that did this to our country, they should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed of themselves. Companies that leave America to create jobs in China and other countries that have ripped us off for years should not be rewarded. They should be tariffed, fined, and punished. They should not be rewarded. And that's what the Biden administration That's what the Biden administration is doing. But of course, as you know, they have a very close personal relationship with China. So I don't expect much to happen there. It's a shame, because it really is a threat. It's a tremendous economic threat. And thank God we've rebuilt our military, but it's a tremendous economic threat. Never forget it. These are the convictions that define our movement today and must define the Republican Party in the years ahead. Very simple. It's really quite simple, isn't it? Another one of the most urgent issues facing the Republican Party is that of ensuring fair, honest, and secure elections.
There we go. Election denialism time.
Such a disgrace, such a disgrace.
If you're wondering why people have beef with Hyatt for hosting this event, it's because he used it to promote the big lie.
Election reforms, and we must do it now. The Democrats used the China virus as an excuse to change all of the election rules without the approval of their state legislatures, making it therefore illegal. It had a massive impact on the election.
Federal judges already ruled in cases of Georgia and Pennsylvania that it was not illegal.
This alone would have easily changed the outcome of the election at levels that you wouldn't have even believed. Even with COVID, even with all of the things, the numbers are staggering. We can never let this or other abuses of the 2020 election be repeated or happen again. Can never let that happen again. You see what's
Remember,
going on?
Bill Barr, DOJ, DHS, Republican governors, Republican secretaries of state all said that the election was secure.
Integrity and election reform immediately. Republicans should be the party of honest elections that can give everyone confidence in the future of our country. Without honest elections, who has confidence? Who has confidence? This issue is being studied and examined. But the reality is you cannot have a situation where ballots are indiscriminately pouring in from all over the country. Tens of millions of ballots. Where are they coming from? They're coming all over the place.
They're coming from voters?
Where illegal aliens and dead people are voting and many other horrible things are happening that are too voluminous to even mention. But people know. I mean, it's being studied, and the level of dishonesty is not to be.
It was studied, never happened. A handful of dead voters, I think there were 3 in Pennsylvania, all of them voted for Trump. And they were found out and those votes were discarded.
And the Supreme Court and other courts didn't want to do anything about it.
He lost 64 court cases on 64 court cases on this. He's claiming that they didn't want to do anything about it. They ruled both on process and the merits. Even the Supreme Court, where he himself made up a third of the Supreme Court, wouldn't acquiesce to his demands. There is no basis for any of these lies.
Where they didn't go through legislatures. It's illegal. You can't do it. It's in the Constitution. They didn't have the courage, the Supreme Court. They didn't have the courage to act, but instead used process and lack of standing. I was told the President of the United States.
They ruled on the merits for this exact issue in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Both of them ruled that the secretaries of state, they were allowed to use these bills to move forward without the approval of the General Assembly.
They rejected it. They rejected it. They should be ashamed of themselves for what they've done to our country. They didn't have the guts or the courage to make the right decision. They didn't want to talk about it. You had the case led by the great state of Texas. 18 states went in. You don't have standing. Oh, let's not talk about it. They didn't have the guts to do what should be done.
Remember, this was the Supreme Court that's 6-3 conservative.
There are forms of cheating, but this is the most basic of all. They would have local courts and local politicians change the rules, in some cases a day or two before the election. This should never be allowed to happen. to another presidential candidate or presidential race should never be allowed to happen. Today, I want to outline the steps that we must take to have an election system in this country that is honest, fair, and accurate. We need one election day, not 45, 30.
The initial laws for early voting benefited Republicans. That's why a bunch of Republican states put them forward, because they benefited their own constituents. It's only when Democrats started using early voting that suddenly Republicans are like, oh, actually, no, you know what, this isn't a good idea.
This and the other things I'm going to say, that you should, like the Supreme Court, be ashamed of yourselves. One day, and the only people that should be allowed to vote by mail are people that can be proven to be either very sick or out of the country or military where they can't do it. One day, they have millions and millions of ballots sitting around all over the place for long periods of time. Gee, I wonder what happens with those ballots. I wonder what happens.
They get counted.
It's common sense. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. There should be a legitimate reason for someone to vote absentee. Has to have a reason. We should eliminate the insanity of mass and very corrupt mail-in voting. We must have voter ID. Voter ID. You know, to get into the Democrat National Convention, when they had the convention, you needed voter ID. You needed an ID card. You couldn't get in unless you had an ID. So many people told me you can't get in that place, you need ID. Nobody had ID. You need voter ID. They know that. This is a con job. They're
kind of like how you can't bring a gun into the NRA convention,
they knew
right?
the wall would work, but they didn't want to have it because we wanted it. I made one big mistake on the wall. I should have said, we will not have a wall. And then they would have said, let's build a wall. I made a big mistake. I made a big mistake. I'm sorry. Took us a year and a half extra because of that mistake. We will not have a wall. We need a wall immediately, said Chuck Schumer. We need universal signature matching. They want to pass a bill where you don't have to match signatures, where signatures don't mean anything. Now, they know it's all, just like with the wall, just like with voter ID, when you need to go into anything that's Democrat-run, you need it. But for voting, which is our most sacred institution, they don't want to let you have it. There should be a 100% requirement to verify the citizenship of every person who votes. And there must be a chain of custody protections for every ballot. Every ballot. And you saw what happened in Detroit and Philadelphia and many other places, swing states mostly, all over, but swing states mostly. You saw what happened. You saw what was going on. You saw that more people, you take a look at the votes. When you have more votes than you have people. That's a problem, right? Is that a problem? You know, we have a little problem adjusting in Detroit. We seem to have more votes than we have people. A lot more votes.
That's not true. About little 0.5% less than 50% of people voted in Detroit. If you have Google.com, you can figure this out.
Thousands of more votes than they had people voting. What's that all about?
It's the most easily debunkable lie that you could possibly tell. They had just less than half their voting population cast ballots.
In the history of our country, and it has taken place for years in Pennsylvania and Detroit and various other places, but there's tremendous, never like this, because they use COVID as a way of cheating. That's what happened, and everybody knows it. Hundreds of thousands and millions of ballots. They used it as a way of getting what they've wanted for many years, and the Republicans have to do something about it. They better do something about it. Our election process is worse than that, in many cases, of a third world country. You know that. You saw what was going on. Even if you consider nothing else, it is undeniable that election rules were illegally changed at the last minute in almost every swing state with the procedures rewritten by local politicians. You're not allowed to do that. And local judges. They want more time, they want this, they want that, all done by local politicians or local judges, as opposed to state legislatures as required by the Constitution of the United States. And these are numbers that are massive. These aren't little numbers. These are numbers that in each state is a transformative number. It changes the outcome of the election. And it's not close. Regardless of your political views, this should concern you as a constitutional matter. And the Supreme Court, again, didn't have the guts or the courage to do anything about it. And neither did other judges.
In fact, no judges, because it wasn't a legal challenge.
Admitted in Time magazine, which is, I would say, on the liberal side, that they just couldn't hold it in. They had to brag about it. Because what they did, they had to brag about it. They couldn't do it. You got to read the story. It's a disaster. It's a disaster for our country that we can allow something so corrupt to happen. Read that article. I really encourage you. You read that article. Yet all of the election integrity measures in the world will mean nothing if we don't have free speech. And that's where we're at now. If Republicans can be censored for speaking the truth and calling out corruption, we will not have democracy, and we will
censorship, drink,
tyranny. And we can do this. We can do this. We're smarter than they are. We're tougher than they are. For some reason, we just don't. We don't get it done. We let them attack our businesses, and we don't attack their businesses. I believe your numbers are bigger than their numbers, but you're nicer than they are. You're not as vicious as they are. In the past, we would debate. I would have it. I'd debate. You've seen me for many years. They throw something. I debate. They debate. Who knows who wins? You know, people go, they vote, they see what happens. But they would have an idea. They would disagree. The public would hear it. The debate and discourse would take place. And then somebody would make a decision. You would win. You would lose. The public would make up its mind, but now there is no debate because they refuse to allow our side to even speak or be heard. They don't want debate because we have easy victories in a debate, very easy victories. It's called common sense. It's called other things, but it's called common sense, so they don't want a debate. The time has come to break up big tech monopolies and restore fair competition. Republicans, conservatives must open up our platforms and repeal Section 230 liability protections. And if the federal government refuses to act, then every state in the union where we have the votes, which is a lot of them, big tech giants like Twitter, Google, and Facebook, should be punished with major sanctions whenever they silence conservative voices. And Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida and in Texas and in other states are doing this. If they do what they're doing, Florida, and that legislation will pass, and Texas and others will have tremendous power to do what's right and what's fair. We have no time to waste. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats in Congress are racing to pass a flagrantly unconstitutional attack on the First Amendment and the integrity of our elections, known as H.R. 1. Do you know what H.R. 1 is? It's a disaster. Their bill would drastically restrict political speech, empower the federal government to shut down dissent, and turn the Federal Election Commission into a partisan political weapon. In addition, it virtually eliminates voter ID requirements nationwide, effectively ends all registration deadlines. Can you believe this? Requires states to give ballots to felons, automatically registers every welfare recipient to vote, and puts unaccountable, unelected bureaucrats in charge of drawing congressional districts. That's going to be a lot of fun. This monster must be stopped. It cannot be allowed to pass. Now more than ever is the time for tough, strong, and energetic Republican leaders who have spines of steel. We need strong leadership. We cannot have leaders who show more passion for condemning their fellow Americans than they have ever shown for standing up to Democrats, the media, and the radicals who want to turn America into a socialist country.
Again, none of this actually means anything. It's just a bunch of buzzwords about socialism.
Our movement. Top establishment Republicans in Washington should be spending their energy in opposing Biden, Pelosi, Schumer, and the Democrats. I've said to some of them, I said, you know, during the Obama years and now during Biden, if you spent the same energy on attacking them, you'd actually be successful, as you do on attacking me in many cases. The Democrats don't have grandstanders like Mitt Romney, Little Ben Sass, Richard Burr, Bill Cassidy, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Pat Toomey.
It's grievance time.
And in the House, Tom Rice, South Carolina, Adam Kinzinger, Dan Newhouse, Anthony
He memorized
Gonzalez,
the whole list.
That's another beauty. Fred Upton, Jamie Herrera Butler, Peter Meyer, John Katko, David Valadeo, and of course the warmonger, a person that loves seeing our troops fighting, Liz Cheney. How about that? The good news is in her state, she's been censured, and in her state, her poll numbers have dropped faster than any human being I've ever seen. So hopefully they'll get rid of her with the next election. Get rid of them all. Democrats are vicious. Remember this, it's true. Democrats are vicious. He said evil. Well, there is evil there. But they're vicious, they're smart, and they do one thing. Got to hand it to them. They always stick together. You don't have Mitt Romneys in the group. They always stick together. Fortunately, for the Republican Party, the Democrats have horrible policies like open borders, sanctuary cities, defunding the police, and the ridiculous, totally ridiculous, Green New Deal. So they stick together, they're smart, they're vicious, they got everything going, but their policies are no good. So hence we have, congratulations, the Republican Party.
The only policy that the Republican Party stands for is lowering taxes for millionaires and corporations. Otherwise, reducing access to health care, pretending that climate change isn't real, propping up fossil fuels.
But if Republicans do...
This COVID-19 package is popular with over 70% of Americans. Raising the minimum wage is popular with more than 2/3 of Americans. Protecting women's reproductive rights, more than 2/3 of Americans.
The rhinos, you know, Republican in name only. But the Republican Party is united. The only division is between a handful of Washington, D.C. establishment, political hacks, and everybody else all over the country. I think we have tremendous unity. When you look at the crowds outside that want your seat so badly, they will take your seat in 2 seconds. They want your seat. Congratulations. Congratulations on getting in, by the way. I'm very proud. And that's why I'm announcing that I will be actively working to elect strong, tough, and smart Republican leaders. Speaking of that, I heard Jim Jordan did a great job, right? I heard that from Mark Meadows. I heard it. Oh, there he is. Look at that. Hi, Jim. I heard you were great. In fact, I hated to follow you. I want to follow other people. I could name them, too. I like to follow other people. I heard you were great. Thank you, Jim, very much. Jim Jordan, a great athlete. People don't know he was a great wrestler, tremendous numbers of victories. He was a champion. He was college champion for a long period of time. He's a winner and a leader, and he doesn't play games. He likes to win. He likes to win. And we have a lot of people in our party.
He ignored the sexual abuse of athletes at Ohio State University. That's his legacy with wrestling.
Republican leaders who are loyal to the voters and who will work proudly for the vision that I've laid out today. And what is it? So simple, right? So simple. Military, law and order, great trade deals, great education. So simple. Does anybody get it? What are they doing? Does anybody get it? It has just been stated that President Trump's endorsement is the most powerful asset in politics. You believe that? Who would have thought that was going to happen?
He lost about half of the candidates that he endorsed in this last election cycle.
Primaries. 120. Listen to this, it's crazy. 120 of 122 candidates I endorsed won. 120. That's almost as good as Jim's wrestling record. And the two that lost were beaten by people claiming to be more Trump than their opponent. So I like those two people very much also. In the Senate, I was undefeated in endorsements with a record of 21-0. My endorsement of Mitch McConnell, at his request.
He just endorsed the Republican incumbents.
It's all right. No, he made a request. He asked for my endorsement. Brought him from 1 point down to 20 points up, and he won his race in the great state.
In 2018, Donald Trump endorsed 91 Republicans. 58% of them won.
And I said, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing here, but you know what?
And then in 2020, he just endorsed the incumbents, and then every incumbent.
To 20 points up very quickly, immediately actually, and he won his race. And if you compare that to his other elections, I'm sure you'll see something interesting. But you know what? We got a Republican elected. And now we have to use Republicans to take care of the election frauds and all of the other things that are happening that shouldn't be allowed to happen in our country. It's very simple. Because of my efforts campaigning, we had huge gains in the House. And I helped keep many senators in their seats, and they will admit it, so that it's now 50-50 instead of Republicans being down anywhere from 8 to 10 seats. And they'll admit it. We'd be down 8 to 10 seats if I didn't campaign. We held rallies for some of the senators that were down, and nobody talks about that. Nobody wants to talk. The press doesn't talk about it. With me at the top of the ticket, not a single Republican member of Congress lost their race for the first time in decades. We won 26 of 26 toss-up races. Toss-up. Think of that. 26 of 20. And those are toss-up. Those are races that could go anyway. We were expected to lose 25 seats. And instead, we won 15 seats and almost, why couldn't we have done a couple of more? Almost cost Crazy Nancy her job. We'll do that the next time around. I received almost, listen to this number, because, you know, the fake news doesn't ever talk about these numbers. I just heard this one for the first time. I received almost 1.5 million more votes than all of the Republican House candidates combined. So how the hell is it possible that we lost? It's not possible. I got more votes. I got more, which is me. When I say I, I'm talking about we. We got more votes than any incumbent president in the history of our country. Almost 75 million votes. And that doesn't include the votes and ballots they threw out, okay? If you include them, you'll see numbers that are much different. We did even better in the second election than we did in the first. You know, I won the first, and we won the second. We did much better. Sort of strange, right? How did you do? Well, we did much better the second time. Oh, you did? Really? What a disgrace. What a disgrace to our country.
It's almost like they don't understand that you can get more votes, but if the other guy gets more votes than you, then that's all that matters. It's an election.
2016, and I was told by John McLaughlin, that if you, the great pollster, that if you get to, we had 63 in 2016, 63 million. Sir, if you get to 66 million, you have it made. We got to almost 75 million, and what the hell happened? What happened? What happened when they closed all of the counting booths? What happened at 3 o'clock in the morning? What happened at 3:02 in the morning?
He's talking about vote dumps as if when results of votes come in and they're not for him, that it's some type of grand conspiracy. When votes get counted and they're not for you, guess what? You go down and the other guy goes up. That's how an election works. If you're against this, you are inherently against the idea of an election, of counting.
Incumbent president who received more than 75% of the primary vote has ever lost an election. I had a record number, and no president has ever, and we're talking about a much
He's pointing about these things like, this has never happened. We've never had an incumbent president lose by this margin before. That's just a testament to how bad he was, to how unpopular he was. This isn't proving his point. It's just proving the point that he lost. Yeah, you had all these advantages of the incumbency. The fact that so many people came out and voted against you is a testament to how awful of a president you were.
Republicans came out to vote for me. Now, they say it differently. The press, the fake news spins it differently. They say, despite how well they did, Trump didn't win. That's such a lie. And many legislators, many legislators told me, they said they were going to lose their race. It wasn't going to happen. And then what happened is one in particular told me from a great swing state, said, I thought I was going to lose my position, lose my race. And I went out with my wife the night before the election, and I saw all these Trump signs and the American flags and the spirits on the streets. I said, darling, I think we're going to win. He said, but you were far, far, far more popular than me. They do lots of polls. You were way, way ahead of me, sir. And the next day I was right. He said, he won the election by a lot, and you lost the election. And sir, it's not possible that you lost because you got a lower number than I did, and you were so far ahead of me. You're the person that brought everybody out to vote. And I happen to agree with that 1,000%. Never forget that conversation.
Right, somehow, Republicans managed to take state legislatures, take seats in the House, not lose the Senate, and yet Trump's election was the only one that was rigged.
You heard about the bellwether counties? 18 of 19 bellwether counties that have correctly predicted every presidential election for decades, many decades, voted for Trump, not for Biden. And it was a shocker to those people that go for the stats. It was a shocker. They voted for Trump. 18 of 19 voted for Trump. There's never been anything like that. And yet, did Biden win? No. If you want to help us take back the future of our country, go to donaldjtrump.com. I don't do this. I've never done this, but it's time that we have to put forces together because these people with their big tech and their fake news media right back there, okay? And when you talk about election, they turn off. When you talk about, they probably have them going because they also care about ratings, but when they talk about election, they turn off the cameras. You know why? It's a very sore subject, okay? They don't like that subject. There's only one way to contribute to our efforts to elect America First Republican conservatives and in turn to make America great again, and that's through...
He's hawking his website so that he can get donations and email addresses, and he's claiming that it's for Trump-friendly politicians, but we've seen this song and dance before. He raises money, and he keeps the money.
To fight big tech and the radical left and the D.C. establishment. We need to save your Second Amendment, which is under siege. We need to help protect funding for our military and for our great vets, and that's what we're doing. As we discussed earlier, we're in a struggle for the survival of America as we know it. This is a struggle. This is a terrible, terrible, painful struggle. The path ahead will not be easy, but we will win. We are going to win. Ultimately, we always win. And when we do, history will show that this was the moment.
They just lost the House, the Senate, and the White House.
When we could have despaired, but instead we chose to keep on pushing forward. The greater the challenge and tougher the task, the more determined we must be to pull through to triumph. We have to have triumph. We have to have victory. With the talent and dedication of everyone here today, and you have tremendous, not only dedication, tremendous talent in this room. I know many of you. That is exactly what we will do. We will go on to victory. We will summon the spirit of generations of American patriots before us, like those heroes who crossed the Delaware, conquered the Rockies, stormed the beaches, won the battles, and tamed the unknown frontiers. We will persist and we will prevail. We're tougher than they are. We're stronger than they are. Together in the coming years, we will carry forward the torch of American liberty. We will lead the conservative movement.
We're back to the teleprompter part of the speech.
Conclusive victory, and we've had tremendous victories. Don't ever forget it. With your help, we will take back the House. We will win the Senate, and then a Republican president will make a triumphant return to the White House. And I wonder who that will be. I wonder who that will be. Who will that be? I wonder. Standing before you today, I am supremely confident that for our movement, for our party, and for our country, our brightest days are just ahead, and that together we will make America prouder, freer, stronger, and greater than it ever has been before. Thank you, CPAC. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
So just went short of outright announcing that he's running, which is no surprise. I did not expect him to announce that he was running, but clearly there were a ton of rumors surrounding a 2024 announcement. He even alluded clear as day to the fact that he would run in 2024, but ultimately stopped short of that. Probably, like I said earlier before we began, that while he was able to not only spread the big lie, but wield the powers of the federal government to try to will into existence this idea that he won an election that he lost, as a private citizen, he no longer has access to all the levers of the government. So he doesn't have access to members of Congress and state legislatures and senators and the vice president and the courts to try and manifest the result that he wanted to try and steal the election. So it's going to be leagues more difficult for him to try and steal an election as a private citizen than it was for him to even try to do it while he was president. So I just want to go over a few points here. I do want to ask, while most of you are still watching, if you're not yet subscribed to my channel, if you can please subscribe. That's all I'd ask. I don't do memberships or anything, so nothing will cost you money. But if you could hit the subscribe button. I do breaking news videos every day. They're usually between 5 and 8 minutes long, so pretty concise, and cover the biggest stories of the day. I also have a big interview coming out tomorrow with Elizabeth Warren, where we discuss specifically using the Article 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution to bar Trump from running office again under the clause that prohibits somebody from inciting an insurrection, from participating in any type of insurrection against the U.S. government. That, if they move forward with that, would require a simple majority vote in both houses of Congress. So 51 votes. Obviously, with this conviction vote during Trump's impeachment, we needed 2/3 of the Senate to ultimately allow for a vote to bar him from holding office again. But if we did it through the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, it would be a simple majority. So I asked her outright, why not use the 14th Amendment to the Constitution to try and force this issue? To clearly there's support there. And so she gave a great answer to that. So if you're not yet subscribed to my channel, hit the subscribe button, and that interview will be coming out tomorrow at 12 o'clock Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. So just be on the lookout for that. But again, if you haven't yet subscribed to my channel, just hit the subscribe button, please. I do want to address this one issue of why give him the oxygen. And I think I'm perfectly aboard that train to, deprive these people of oxygen when it's not warranted. But obviously this was a newsworthy event. There are a ton of rumors swirling around that he would announce in his intentions to run in 2024 today. So, an event like this, I think, to pretend that it didn't exist, to kind of bury our heads in the sand and just kind of play oblivious to it, would be depriving ourselves of something newsworthy. That doesn't mean that we should give coverage or give oxygen to every time Trump, has some fleeting thought and some errant synapse fires in his brain and some word falls out of his face. But at the same time, if we have an opportunity where he might be announcing his intention to run in 2024, it would be, it would be self-defeating to not cover it and not see what's going on. So with that said, I don't, I make a really concerted effort, even though my channel focuses almost specifically and uniquely on Republican disinformation. I do have to toe the line in terms of who I give a platform to, and also try and reconcile that with the fact that, okay, while I'm giving a platform to make sure pushing back against claims that are wrong or false or, just outright lies. And so I've tried to do that with this event. Although with Donald Trump, you almost forget that it is not easy to keep up with the barrage of bullshit that streams out of his face. So with that said, the one issue that I do want to point out was, an issue that he focused on extensively was this idea that the last election was fraudulent. Just to go over some of these basic points that you've heard before, and if you haven't, then it will it'll serve as a testament to the extent to which he was lying when he spoke here, and that is that he talks about voters in Detroit. More voters in Detroit voting than were even registered voters, and that's not true. There were only Detroit had about a 50% voting rate in the city. You can look it up easily on Michigan Secretary of State website. I believe it was something like 49.6 registered voters in Detroit came out and voted. He claimed that the machines were switching ballots. Again, this was confirmed. The original counts in the machines were confirmed through hand recounts and audits in a number of states, a number of disputed states, quote unquote, thereby proving that the initial counts were accurate to within, on average, 0.7%. In most counties in Georgia, the difference between the hand recount and the initial count using their voting machines was less than 10 ballots. And then again, of course, you have the DOJ led by Bill Barr coming forward saying the election was secure. You have Chris Krebs and the DHS's cybersecurity unit saying this was the most secure election in American history. You have Republican governors, Republican secretaries of state, including in Arizona, including in Georgia, people who voted for Donald Trump himself who came forward and said that the election was secure. You have those voting machines, those recounts and audits confirming what we'd heard from the initial counts. So over and over again, any way you cut it, there was no fraud. There was no widespread fraud in this election. That doesn't mean that there were a few fraudulent ballots here and there that were discovered, and by virtue of them being discovered shows that the system works. But 2 or 3 dead people voting in Pennsylvania doesn't mean that the whole system is fraudulent. It means that 2 or 3 dead people committed 2 or 3 people committed a crime. They got caught, and the system worked as it should. The same way that, if somebody shoplifts from a store, you don't close down stores. If someone gets into an accident in their car, you don't abolish cars. You figure out where the insecurities were, and you make it better. And that's it. And in this case, when you have these voting irregularities that were found, or a few instances where 3 people were caught to cast fraudulent ballots, and you find them, well, then that's the system working as it should, right? But in terms of these widespread fraud allegations that Trump leveled here, none of them came to pass. None of them were based on anything, and it was just more disinformation to cover for the fact that he was an unpopular president and he lost in one of the biggest raw vote margins in modern American history. And it's as simple as that. It's a margin that he himself in the Electoral College called a landslide when he beat Hillary Clinton by that margin in 2016. So he can deal with whatever coping mechanism he's putting forward to absolve himself of the fact that he lost because he is a weak candidate. weaker than just about every other Republican that was down ballot in all of these states around the country. He can do it. He can say all these things that he needs to say to claim all these crazy conspiracies, that there was fraud, that everybody was out to get him. But at the end of the day, there is no evidence to back any of this up. He had 65 attempts to bring these issues to court. He lost 64 of them. The only one where he won was fixing a cure deadline in Pennsylvania, shortening it from 9 to 6 days. That's it. Otherwise, there were at least 6 Trump-appointed judges, all of whom ruled against him, including 3 of them on the Supreme Court. So any way you cut it, any of these claims he put forward were all complete and utter bullshit. So, and then the rest of this thing was just a airing of grievances about climate change and the WHO, and he complained about kids not being allowed to go back into schools, which I thought was ironic, because if he really wanted kids to be able to show up in classrooms, one great step might have been to contain the virus before it exploded throughout this country and killed 500,000 people. That would be a great way to ensure that kids can be in class getting their education. And yet the reason that we're mired in this situation where kids aren't back in school is because the entire Republican Party, led by Trump, decided that the virus was no big deal, and that they would politicize the use of masks, and they would try to get businesses to reopen, and they would try to get schools to reopen, and they would try to push everybody out onto the streets, and they would try to foment protests against stay-at-home orders, and try to pretend that the virus was non-existent and it was completely contained, and cases were going down to 0, and that it would go away with the heat, all to the point where it was impossible to contain it because of efforts to literally force people out congregating without even a modicum of protection, even the mildest of protection that a mask affords you. And so, of course, it exploded throughout this country. Of course, people contracted this virus en masse. Of course, we're dealing with this third biggest mass casualty event in American history. And then you have the audacity to claim that you don't understand why kids aren't back in school when it was your very administration that allowed this virus to spread uncontained, to explode throughout this country. So if you're worried about kids not being in school, getting the education they need, because absolutely the in-school education is leagues better than at-home education. If you're worried about that, one small step might have been to give a shit about the virus before it exploded throughout this country, while you were politicizing masks. The guy got out of Walter Reed Medical Center after himself having contracted COVID, and the first thing he did while still contagious with the virus is take off his mask. What message does that send? And then you're surprised when too many people have the virus that force kids out of schools? You can draw a straight line from the rhetoric that Trump used and the actions that Trump took in responding to this virus to the explosion of cases that occurred throughout this country. A straight line, simple cause and effect. And that is squarely on him. So to claim that it rests on Biden's shoulders, this issue of schools, Biden's been in office for 1 month after having inherited a crisis unlike anything we've seen in our lifetimes, unlike anything we've seen in over 100 years since the 1918 pandemic. And we're supposed to pretend that this is Biden's doing, that Trump allowed a virus to explode throughout this country to the point where more than 500,000 Americans have died? And I don't even remember how many Americans have contracted it so far. But to complain about schools is just next level projection. He complained about the Green New Deal. Even as we're seeing every year, once in a generation, once in a lifetime storms hit 3, 4, 5 times a year. I was living in New Jersey during Hurricane Sandy. If you think that in my lifetime we had ever seen a hurricane, just a hurricane in New Jersey or New York, much less Hurricane Sandy, just one more of those once every 500-year storms that happens every single year now, like in Katrina, like the one that hit Houston, we have them every single year. And we're supposed to still pretend that climate change isn't an issue. All because what? Senator Inhofe held a snowball on the Senate floor. All of a sudden, climate change doesn't exist. Texas is dealing with unprecedented weather. Their power grid is failing. But no, let's villainize climate change and prop up fossil fuels, even though Texas's power grid is more than 70% thermal energy and about a quarter renewable energy. But let's blame that quarter for failing, even though it failed at a lower rate than thermal energy. Let's blame those renewables and not the fact that all the fossil fuels and thermal energy sources all failed. And why? Why do they stand behind these fossil fuel sources? Because big oil and big gas pays their re-election campaigns. That's it. The biggest recipient of oil and gas money in the Senate in 2018, Ted Cruz. Biggest recipient of oil and gas money in the Senate in 2020, John Cornyn. Both Texas Republicans. Biggest recipients in the House in 2020 in this last election cycle, 7 out of the top 20 top recipients, Texas Republicans. And more than 10 of them were just Republicans in the House in total. So if you're wondering why Republicans are falling over themselves to demonize the Green New Deal and stand up for fossil fuels, it's because they are paying for their re-election campaigns. That's it. That's it. And then Trump went on to complain about, at one point he was complaining about the size of vans. He was complaining about birds being killed by windmills. Just the regular run-of-the-mill synapses fire in his brain and fall out of his face. So we had plenty of that. But I think at the end of the day, the main pieces of disinformation were surrounding the election. Again, he fell just short of declaring his candidacy for 2024, but he effectively implied that he would be running in 2024 by saying, we're going to take back the White House, and who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? So short of a 2024 announcement, but we'll see what ends up panning out in the next few years. Again, what I've said over and over is that I doubt he will actually. I doubt he'll actually run because not only did he suffer the greatest humiliation he'll ever suffer by losing this last election, but he won't have the levers of the federal government to manipulate and wield in this next election because he's a private citizen. So we'll see what happens on that front. So with that said, I think I'm going to, shower after having listened to that. So if you're, again, one last time, if you're not yet subscribed to my channel, if you could please hit the subscribe button, I would really appreciate it. I don't do memberships, so I don't ask for money or anything like that. I would just ask that if you are not yet subscribed to my channel, if you could please subscribe and keep an eye out for my interview with Elizabeth Warren coming out tomorrow morning, where we talk about having the Senate invoke the 14th Amendment to bar Trump from running for office again, and that would only take a simple majority vote to be able to pass that. So really good interview coming up tomorrow, and that's it. So thank you all for watching, and hopefully that will be the first and last time for a very long time that we have to be subjected to some Trump news. So thanks again, and we'll talk soon.
Bye.